Good afternoon. Welcome to our special meeting on December 12th, the special meeting of the town board. We're going to discuss some employee pay classification and compensation issues tonight. I'm happy to see so many of our police officers here. We've got quite a contentious zoning coming forward tonight, so maybe you could stay afterward. Becky, would you like to introduce David Hill, please?
Sure. So David Hill is a management analyst with the Piedmont Triad Regional Council of Governments. He is a retired human resources director who found a second career doing studies like this all across the state. And we have been pleased to be working with him for the last few months as he has been collecting data and doing analysis, and is here tonight to present his findings and recommendations, and certainly engage the board in answering any questions or providing any additional information that you might find helpful. So with that, I will hand it over to David. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. We have one technical issue. Our clicker is not working. So we will manually advance those.
Okay.
We began your study about the middle of June. So we've been working on it about 6 months. What I'm going to talk to you tonight is an overview of the process, the methodologies. I will spend the first couple of slides just talking about the snapshot of what your workforce looked like at the beginning of the study. I began collecting data from all these other local governments that we'll talk about later in August. And then even at that time, we knew that there would be some local governments who would be making modifications to their pay plans and employee salaries. So some of the data that you're going to look at tonight does contain information that won't be effective until January. Okay. So as I said, we began the study in June. So what we're going to take a look at in the next several slides is just that snapshot of what the workforce looked like during that period of time in June, when Tanya first sent me the spreadsheet with all of the employee information on it. But before I begin looking at those with you, I will talk to you about how I view workforce data. And I begin by looking at the length of service and some other benchmark data to determine whether or not I'm looking at and working with a mature workforce. But at the conclusion of all of those initial assumptions, I begin looking at all of that data in terms of standard deviation. And as you can see from this slide, okay, thank you. The standard deviation, and of course, if the sample size is large enough, then the distribution of the results of whatever that measurement may be should resemble standard deviations, should resemble the standard bell curve. But in a mature workforce, and my definition of a mature workforce is that you have an average years of employment between 8 and 10 years. And if you have a mature workforce, then you should expect to see about 2/3 of your workforce in the middle 1/3 of that standard deviation or that bell curve. Now, before I go to the next slide, I can tell you that I have a technical inability to recreate a bell curve, so my bell curves will look like St. Louis arches. But one of the very first data elements I looked at was how long have employees been working here? So what you see on this chart is the number of employees who came to work for the town of Matthews in each of those calendar years. But more importantly, those are the employees who came to work in each of those calendar years who are still with you. Now, not known, of course, is the number of employees who started work in each of those calendar years who are no longer with you. But I can tell you from experience, if you follow this graph into the next 4 or 5 or more years, then you can expect to see those large bars on the left side to begin to resemble the bars to the right side. And that's historical data. But important to this is you do have some long-serving employees. At the time that I worked with this data, you had an average years of employment of 8.4 years. So that was just inside of that criteria that I use to describe a mature workforce. But on the top or near the top left, you can see that after the data for this chart, and based on updated information that Tanya provided to me in November, there are now 20 additional employees that would be on that far left bar. So down in the bottom left, you've got about 5% of your employees have been with you less than 1 year, but now then it jumps up to almost 18% been with you less than 2 years. You're getting close to half of your workforce who've been with you less than 5 years. And you can see almost 70% have been with you for less than 10 years. So I look at this kind of information to see if anything stands out. I can tell you that your chart looks like 99.9% of the other local governments in the state of North Carolina. So there's nothing outstanding in this information right here. But you do have an additional 20 employees who could be added to that far left bar. That, of course, is going to reduce your average years of employment. So it probably would drop below 8.4 years. The next slide is where I take a look at where are individual employee salaries as a percentage above the minimum salary of their assigned pay grade. And in your current pay grade, your pay plan, your pay grade ranges from minimum to maximum. Your maximum salary within each of your pay grades is 47.62% greater than the minimum salary. I'll talk more about that later as we go through, but I can tell you as we look at this slide that this probably comes closest to being or meeting the definition of standard deviation of probably more than 90% of the local governments that I've worked with in the state of North Carolina.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Is your St. Louis arch intended to show what like an ideal distribution would look like?
That would be from minimum to maximum.
Yeah.
The black bar in the center would be that center point or that highest point of the bell curve. So you can see that you've got some great distribution. You've got perhaps an equal amount to the left and the right of that black bar.
Ours looks more like someone shaking a jump rope rather than a bell curve.
You do have about 13 employees over on that far right side. You do have 13 employees who currently are at the maximum of their pay grade range. But looking at the bottom left of that slide, you've got 13.2% of your employees who have salaries less than 1% above minimum. That doesn't change significantly at the 2% mark. Jumps up a little to 20% of the workforce have salaries less than 5% above, and 28.3%. The average is 21. So that average actually puts you about where that black bar is. So again, I can tell you that when I look at that chart right there, in most of the local governments that I work with, the next chart would be almost a mirror image of that chart that we just looked at, because most local governments do have a considerable number of new employees who have come to work for them. And because they are a significant or a relatively significant amount of that workforce, you can expect to see their salaries on that far left side of that chart. But with you, you've got a great distribution of salaries. A lot of that is some recognition of starting salaries for new employees who come to work with you, recognition of experience, which allows you to bring some employees to work at a salary greater than the minimum of their grade range. Some of the other benchmark data that we look at from that snapshot is we take a look at the last 10% of the employees who came to work for you prior to the receipt of that spreadsheet. And we take a look at what departments do those employees come to work in, what specific classifications. So when we took a look at the last 20, which represents the last 10% of the workforce, you can see that if we just looked at that as a distribution by department, the police department obviously was the largest employer of those last 10%, followed by public works, fire, EMS, and planning. Then when we further look at those last 20, that last 10% into what specific classifications, you can see the police officer was the leader of that particular distribution or look at the workforce, followed by firefighter, followed by police officer trainee. Now, this obviously is not 20 employees. You do have a number of classifications that just had one employee come to work, but these were the three that had more than one who came to work during that last 10% of the workforce that we looked at. Police officers, police department, typically one of the larger departments, so you could expect to see that some of the larger numbers of employees would come to work in a department that represented one of your larger departments. Now, on one of the low, I think this was the most recent spreadsheet that we've been working with. Tanya sent me this information on November the 8th. And out of 184 budgeted positions, 83% of those were filled. At the time, there were 8 or 4.3% that had conditional offers and 23%. So just across the board, 184 positions, you had 83% of them filled and about 17% of them vacant at that particular moment. The next slides, I will talk to you about the process, the procedure, the methodology of the study itself. And I do welcome at any time questions. But to begin with, I held employee meetings. Some of those were in this room. That was an orientation to employees about the study, the expectations of the study, especially the expectations we had of employees. After the conclusion of those kickoff sessions, Tanya sent out to each employee a 12-page position description questionnaire. That's 12 pages of each employee describing to us every element of their position. Also included in that 12-page position description questionnaire were a lot of the questions required under ADA regarding environmental conditions and physical demands. There were also questions in there to help support whether or not the position under Fair Labor Standards Act was exempt or non-exempt. While those orientation sessions were going on, I met individually with department directors. I began collecting and utilizing organizational charts. And then at the conclusion of employees had 2 weeks to complete the 12-page questionnaire. At the conclusion of those 2 weeks, the questionnaires went to their supervisors, their department directors, who had an additional week to review those. And all the entire process that I'm going to talk to you about is designed for department directors, for management, for employees to provide to me all of the information I needed to better understand the departments, each of the positions, the interaction of the positions, and how they compare to similar positions in other local governments. And I will always refer to positions in other local governments as similar because there are no two positions in the state of North Carolina that are exactly alike. While after we received the completed position description questionnaires, we spent considerable amount of time reviewing all of those. From that, I came back on site and conducted employee interviews. Again, just part of that process of helping me better understand each of the positions, the relationship of positions within departments and intra-departments. And then, in addition to the pay and class part of this, we developed a benefits survey, and I'll talk more about that later in the slides. But that was designed to collect information from your peer local governments or your geographically located local governments regarding all of the benefits areas. And again, I'll talk more about that a little later, but so there's a lot of things going on here, employee orientations, meeting with department directors, looking at organizational charts, employees working on their position description questionnaires, followed up by employee interviews, and so forth. Then we met and we discussed, we talked about what were those local governments that made up the market. And we'll take a look at those in a couple of minutes. But I then, once those were identified, I made contact with each of those local.
I believe we have a question, Commissioner Garner. Sorry.
Sorry.
By the way, everybody just jump in. We're going to be a little more informal in
Okay.
this meeting.
I'm
So
yeah,
jump
I'm
in if you have a question.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Going back to the previous slide, that was, you asked that of every employee for the town.
Say again, I'm sorry.
This survey, you asked that of every employee of the town?
Yes.
And did you get 100% return or did you?
Yeah, I think we did.
That's incredible.
Yeah, for every classification we did.
Like positions, we're able to fill them out in small groups, but they all had to agree to the contents and they all had to sign off on it. But there was some ability to combine work for certain positions, but everyone participated.
Congratulations, 12 pages. That's a long survey.
Yeah. But we did get 100% participation as far as classification. And as Becky said, and part of the kickoff session, I did explain to employees where there were 2 or more employees who were in the same classification, doing the same work. If they wanted to get together and fill it out as a team, that was okay, so long as each of them agreed and they had to sign that, yes, they did agree. That all the information on there was truly representative of all the work that they did.
I think that shows how interested employees are in their pay level, right?
But this steps that you're looking at now, this began the collection of data from the other local governments, began the analysis and comparison of Matthew's positions and classifications to those similar positions and classifications in other local governments. And then the result of all of that is, after reviewing, analyzing, comparing, I began to put together preliminary findings, preliminary recommendations, preliminary opinions. I worked through all of that and then came back and met with Becky, Malia, and Tanya. We reviewed that preliminary data. And then here's where internal relationships, internal equity, because that's an equal component of looking at market data. But we began to review, began to finalize, refine all of the data. Some of those meetings took place in person. There were some Zoom meetings, telephone, email. But then that whole process worked through to tonight's presentation. So those local governments that we identified as being the market that we would look at for your study, And as you can see, those are geographic neighbors. Those are direct competitors for those employees or potential employees that you would want to come to work here. But it was those local governments that we will take a look, and the two slides that you will see next are representative of each of the classifications, each of the positions that make up the town of Matthews local government. I'm not going to stand here tonight, of course, and show you 184 slides of 184 positions. The two slides that we will take a look at are representative of all of those slides that make up each of the positions, each of the classifications within the town. So the first one we'll take a look at is police officer. So with all of those local governments that you see on the left side of that, what you see for each of those local governments, this is the minimum salary that they have for the position of police officer. Now, this is for the classification of police officer. This is not sergeant, this is not lieutenant, this is not chief. This is the specific classification of police officer. Also, we asked them to give us the max and the midpoint. We asked them to give us the actual salaries of all of the employees who are in that particular classification. So what you see here is the actual average salary of the police officers who were included in the data that we collected in August, with City of Charlotte updated to reflect where they are going to be in January, and Mint Hill is updated to where they will be in January. Those two will make additional adjustments in January. These are just some of the information that we use when we're looking and comparing information. This is the range, that's that measurement from the minimum salary to the maximum salary. Comp ratio is just a calculation of a relative positioning of where salaries are in relation to the midpoint. Yes.
Well, officer, those that's making the max, how many years of service have they rendered?
This is just the aggregate of all of those. From each of those local governments, I do have a printout that shows me individual employees. And part of the information that we do ask those local governments to send to us is the employment date of all of those. So I do have that data. This is just the aggregate compilation of all of that. Below the blue line is the town of Matthews for that particular classification, grade 17. This is the current pay grade range for police officer. You have a minimum of $45,575, a midpoint of $56,426, a max of $67,277. And the average police officer here at the time we put this information together was $52,837. You have a range from max or from minimum to max, as we talked about a little earlier, 47.62. Most everybody else is up in the 50s. When I get to recommendations, I will show you in this particular graph that one of the recommendations I will make is that we extend your range from your current 47.62% to 55%.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yes.
Would you happen to have a graph showing where one side is the dollar amount, the other side is the number of people at that pay scale?
Tonight, I do not have that. I can make that available to you.
Yes, thank you. For both police and fire. Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Yes.
Commissioner Stefano, do you want that for our employees or for competitors? I'm not sure what the question is.
For ours.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
All of this information is current as of the time they sent it to me, except for the projected information for Charlotte and Mint Hill, which will be their information in January. But this information is current as of August and September of this year. This column is a column that I use to project where I think that data will be by the end of this fiscal year and certainly by the beginning of next fiscal year. So at this time last year, I was projecting 3%, 4%. But the way the economy was going last year, by the time I got to January, February, that had to move up to 5%. And then by the time I got to February and March and into April, that actually moved up to about 7%. But for today, this data, in my opinion, by the time we get to next July 1st, will increase 4%. So the numbers that you see right here are the current minimums projected 4%. Now, in the colored boxes and cells that you see down here, I take a look at where and how you measure. If I just looked at the average of all of that information above the blue line, and if you just looked at that minimum salary average, Town of Matthews is about 1% greater than, or said differently, the market is 1% less than. If you look over to salary, average salary is 52.8. The average of that market is 54. So the market average is 3.3% greater than the Town of Matthews. But then what would that data look like if we measured against the 50th percentile, the 60th, the 70th, the 80th percentile? And this comes into play because this is where the Town of Matthews makes the decision, decides where in this local government, this geographic area of local governments, where is Matthews' position among this particular group? Does the Town of Matthews want to be average? Does the Town of Matthews want to be at the 50th percentile? In discussions that I had with Becky, Malia, Tanya, what I'm taking a look at and what I'm making a recommendation for is that the Town of Matthews' position within this particular geographic area of local governments be at the 80th percentile. You're currently at 45, which is about the 65th percentile. So you're already in this area right here. And if you look to here to take a look at the projected numbers where these minimums, these entry-level salaries probably will be by next July 1st, then my recommendation is that, and we'll talk about salary grades later, but the new salary grade 17 would have a minimum of 51,766, which puts you just slightly above the 80th percentile. If we put that in a lower pay grade, that would get you back down to the 60th or 65th, 70th percentile. But in all of the information that I looked at, the position that I think the Town of Matthews wants to be compared to this particular group of local governments, is not at the average level, but position yourself to be competitive in this market at the 80th percentile.
I've got a question.
Yes,
I see that, so the CR, what does that stand for again?
comp ratio.
Comp ratio. Okay, so if you're 1.00 like Mecklenburg County, that means you're right at 50%. Just a comment, I see quite a few municipalities that are around that amount, 0.96, 0.97, 0.96. My question is, you said we're currently, for this pay grade classification, we're at the 65 percentile, but our CR is 0.94. So that would
Right.
mean we're less than 50, doesn't it?
Right. You currently have a minimum salary or an entry level salary for this position of 45,575. But if you look at where the 60th percentile is and the 70th percentile, your current 45 would fall right in line at about the 65th percentile.
So I don't understand how that squares with the CR of 0.94.
It doesn't.
Okay.
The CR is a measurement of salary to midpoint.
Okay. That makes sense. I understand.
What we're looking at here is how competitive are you at that entry level salary?
So I know we're going to get more into the brass tacks here momentarily, but I have a question maybe for Becky or you, David. Are we considering altering the pay by grade, or are we going to say we're going to give the police X percentage increase?
Would you like to answer that?
Well, the entire pay plan, and we'll take a look at that in a couple of slides, but my recommendation is a complete overhaul of the current pay structure, the pay plan structure.
All right, Commissioner Tefano?
Becky, from my memory serves me well, 80% of AMI is around 51.7, is it not?
For a family of three, it's in excess of that. It's over 60, it's
But
60,
for a single person, I
68,000.
think it was
It's about
51.7
67,000 is AMI for a family of three.
for family of three.
Mhm.
But I think from my memory, one was about 51.7, wasn't it?
I'd have to look
Yeah,
it up.
That
Yeah.
seems to ring a bell, like
Yeah.
52 maybe.
Exactly. All right,
For
thank you.
one
For
person.
one person. All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, I want to be clear. I'm not sure that I understood the answer.
Okay.
Will we be giving a general pay increase for police, or will it be by grade?
Right now, the proposal is that the numbers associated with each grade will all go up for every single pay grade. And then all employees would be placed onto the new pay scale. So all employees would receive a pay raise under this proposed plan. This is simply a snapshot of the proposed change of what a grade 17 would be that happens to be police officers. So any
two officers that were at different grades may get different percentage increases? Is that correct?
all police officers are at a grade 17.
Okay, thank you.
In the next slide, we'll take a look at firefighter. And again, police officer and firefighter are the only two I'm going to show you tonight, but every one of your positions has a worksheet like this comparing whether it's HR director or manager or whatever the position may be. Every one of your positions has a worksheet that looks just like this. So this is firefighter. And again, the same information. Of course, with firefighter, not every jurisdiction, not every local government has a fire department. But here you can see that the firefighter classification is in grade 15, minimum of 41,338. If you look over at salaries, salary is pretty competitive at the average. But again, if we take a look at firefighter currently 41, you can see that your current minimum for firefighter is already at the 70th percentile of this market. And I apologize for highlighting the 60th percentile. That was an error on my part. But the entry level minimum salary for firefighter currently is already at the 70th percentile. And again, just like for police officer, my recommendation is that, again, based on the 4% projection of where those minimum entry-level salaries would go, my recommendation would be the new grade 15, which would take the minimum from 41.3 up to 46.9. And again, just the collection of data. Every one of your positions has a worksheet that looks just like that. And it's from this data that I make my determination on what salary grade each position needs to be in. But in your particular case, that particular salary grade was just an adjustment of your current grade numbers, grade 15 in this case, the adjustment of the market data. So we left the grades as they were. We just took your data, your grade minimums, midpoints, and maximums from their current numbers up to the numbers that would represent as close as we could get to the 80th percentile of this market. So again, we'll only take a look at those two positions, those two unique classifications. But again, each one of your positions has a worksheet just like that. And I worked through all of that data for each one of those positions to come up with the recommendations. Now, this is that slide that we took a look at earlier. This is that distribution of salaries across each of the pay grade ranges. And I would not make a recommendation that would harm in any way or negatively impact in any way the current distribution of salaries that you have. You have some isolated instances of salary compression, but across the board, you do not have any significant salary compression issues. So any recommendation that I would make to you would keep in place this distribution of salaries. So again, your current range is 47.62. What we'll take a look at as we move forward is that recommendation that it move to 55%. And that puts you again back in line with the market. As you saw, the average and all those other numbers from those ranges from each of those other local governments exceeded 50%. So moving you to 55% places your pay grade ranges in that competitive equal to the market that you have. So I just want to put this back up here to show you that the recommendations that we're going to make will result in employee salaries having a distribution that looks just like that. So in the next slide, we'll take a look at those pay plan, but working through all of the segments of the study, my recommendation is the approval or the adoption of the recommended pay plan. It does extend that range from 47.62 to 55%. It establishes the minimum salary at $19.50 per hour or $40,560 annually. And trainee positions have been incorporated for appropriate positions. I know there's a lot of information on this slide right here, but this is your current pay plan. This is your current pay grades with your current minimums, your current midpoints, your current maximums, showing your current 47.62% range from minimum to maximum. And you have a standard 5% differential between each grade. So if you measured the difference in one minimum to the next minimum, or one midpoint to the next midpoint, or one max to the next max, you're going to have a consistent 5% differential from top to bottom. And that's standard. That's a good place to be. So my recommended plan, grade 12 then would have that minimum salary of $40,560, which is the $19.50 per hour rate. the range gets moved to 55%. And that standard differential from one grade to the next grade remains at 5%.
Question, Becky? You
Yes.
said all officers are at grade 17. Help me understand. Is that the grade regardless if they're coming in or for the first time?
That's correct. So right now, if a police officer comes in and they need to complete BLET,
Mhm.
we have the ability to bring them in actually 5% below the minimum. Once they complete BLET and they're certified, then they're at the minimum. And then throughout their career, if they're not promoted, they would stay within a grade 17 for the duration of their time as a police officer. If we're able to hire a police officer who's already certified and is able to come in and doesn't need all those certifications, then we look at existing employee pay and we place them within the pay scale at some point between minimum and midpoint based on years of experience, taking into account that we don't have them leapfrogging over existing employees who've already given us a number of years of service.
So to simplify it, the number 17 is just a pseudonym for police officer.
Correct. We have a number of
Right.
positions that are a grade 17. That was just the example used for David's illustrative purposes tonight.
Okay, thanks.
But I have a question also, and you answered part of what I wanted to add. And so what I'm saying is, and Chief, you helped me, that a lot of our officers are going somewhere else for more money. Is that correct?
We have had a number resign because they were able to earn more money with some of our neighbors. That's correct.
All right, so if we can entice them, because I run a business too, and this day and time, it's the dollar. And a lot of people are doing incentives to get police officer or get them there. Dave, I'm an ex-police officer for 30 years, and I know what salaries is for police officer and firefighters. I work closely with those, and just from the time I've been on here, the first year I served as commissioner, me and another commissioner, I saw that we were at the bottom of the totem pole, and we fought in 15, 16 to get a raise, and we did. But like you say, between now and June, we're gonna be behind the eight ball, and we have been running behind the whole while I've been here. We have never caught up. We give them a raise, but in 6 months we're behind again. And I'm looking at the officers here now. They're very young officers, and if you can get an officer that can stay here, that's got a good salary and that good workforce, I believe that Matthews Police Department is a good police department. So what I'm hearing, Dave, is that you are revamping the whole scale from the old to where it will give us up to where we'll be competitive. I looked at that and I saw Mint Hill, especially now. This is for the chief, for Mint Hill. We're behind all of those, and I have never been a person at the bottom. I believe that if you're going to be the best, you got to represent. And I'm tired of Matthews losing police officers to Stallings or to Union County. Eddie Cathy, Sheriff Cathy, and I work together as Highway Patrol, and we want some money. He brags, "I don't have no openers, Larry. Mine is feral," and that's because he's putting the money there.
Can you do that imitation again? That was pretty good.
And every time he brags about how much he can pay his officer. It's not a whole lot, but it's more. Now, a lot of our police officers live in Union County. A whole lot of our officers live down there because it's a little cheaper income. So I'm all for it, Dave. I understand it's something I think we've been needed for a long time, and not just catch us up, but put us where 6 months we can entice some, because I know we can get some younger people, but you need some seasoned people who understand leadership and who's been in those positions to help some of these younger officers that we can bring them back here. So that's my 2 cents, Becky, but I'm glad to hear that we can get a place where other officers that's already certified, not just to bring them in, that we can make it enticing for them as well too.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was excellent. I loved it. I want to put a number though to what you were talking about. Do we actually have an attrition rate for police and fire available for tonight?
We don't have one available tonight. It's not part of the work that David did, but if you give us a time period, do you want it the last year, 2 years, we can pull that and provide it to the board.
Let's do 3 years.
3 years, sure.
Can you find the money, Becky?
Yes, I can. We will talk about that as we keep going tonight.
Okay, I'm good, as long as you find the money.
But back to the worksheets regarding the focus on the 80th percentile. Part of my recommendation is that the town of Matthews assign each of those positions to the market supported pay grade that places you at the 80th percentile of that market that you saw earlier. Also, part of the recommendations is to establish employee salaries by retaining the current salary range penetration method.
What does that mean?
In salary administration, there are a small handful of popular or best practice ways of determining salaries. One is that comp ratio column that you saw earlier, which is that relationship between a salary and the midpoint. And under the comp ratio model, the midpoint of a salary grade range, said differently, is the market value of that position. The salary range penetration method is very similar to the comp ratio, but it is a relationship of the entire pay grade range, not the midpoint. So the penetration rate of your current range at 47.62% would give you different numbers than the proposed 55% range. But it's just the calculation method of where salaries are now in your current range projected to where they would place in that new 55% range.
Can I say it a different way?
Yes, please.
So if somebody is 40% into their current pay scale, if we move the pay scale, we would also move that employee to be 40% into their new pay scale.
And that's why I wanted to show you that slide a second time. Because with this recommendation, if we plotted employee salaries, it would look very similar to that chart right there. And as Becky said, if my current salary is 40% into the range, my position gets moved to a new pay grade range, my salary is going to be placed at that same 40% position.
And you may have covered it already, and if you do, I apologize. Is there any sign-on bonuses for any of these other cities that you had surveyed?
Yes, sir.
And did you cover that already? I'm sorry.
No,
Are you prepared to talk about that?
that's one of those areas that needs further discussion, further consideration. When I will in my recommendations, when I talk about the survey, the benefits survey, I am making a couple of recommendations, but sign-on bonuses is not one of those.
Thank you.
Just a comment, I think we need to be careful with sign-on bonuses, just so that we don't pay a new employee more than someone that's been here for several years is making. So got to be careful with that.
I was just asking for information purposes, right?
But again, with the adoption of the proposed pay plan, that each individual employee's salary be placed at that same relative position in the new grade as they hold in the current grade. Doing all of this actually would remove the need for ARPA premium pay that you currently have on some identified positions. And then back up to the penetration method. When we got into fiscal considerations, implementation costs, one of the ways that we discussed how employee salaries could be adjusted, moving salary grades, adjusting salary grades to the 80th percentile. There were a number of employees whose positions moved a number of positions, and that resulted in 24 employees receiving some very significant salary adjustments. So part of my recommendation is that we limit or cap individual employee adjustments at $15,000. So there would be 24 employees who would be affected by that recommendation right there. Regarding part-time employees, if there's a part-time employee who is working in a full-time equivalent position, that part-time employee would be compensated at an hourly rate equal to the minimum hourly rate of that minimum salary in their particular pay grade. If they're working in a part-time position where they did not have an equivalent full-time position, then their minimum salary would be placed at $15 per hour. So through all of the work that we did, we have a recommendation that a senior telecommunicator position be added, that a fire battalion chief classification, a police officer trainee, and a firefighter trainee classification be added to those pay grades that you see there. We did have one classification to delete. This is a position title that's no longer in use. We also have some additional recommendations that I won't go into detail tonight, but the detailed information for what you see on this slide will be in my final report. But there are 4 classification title changes, and those were recommended to be position titles that were better reflective of the total scope of work of that position or those positions. We do have 2 classifications that recommendation would be to move to a lower pay grade.
I have a question about that. Would that result in any of our employees having their pay reduced?
No, sir.
No.
Good.
No. And there are 5 classifications recommended for both a title change and pay grade reassignment, which would be an upward movement to again better reflect the total scope of work assigned to those positions. And I'll have more detailed information about those in my final report. The benefits survey, we developed that. We sent that to each of the local governments that were included in the pay and classification study. The results that I received back from that are consistent with several recent benefit surveys that we've conducted. The survey questions covered the full range of benefits. There were probably close to 120 individual questions within that benefits questionnaire. And after we sent that out to each of those local governments, I followed up with them a couple of different times, but we did get full responses from those 6 local governments that you see there.
I have a question.
Yes.
I've been asked this a couple times and I don't know what the legalities of it are, but are you aware of any similarly placed so to speak, suburbs of larger cities that have banded together to come up with one. I don't even know if that's legal, but somebody asked me that the other day,
Yeah.
where, you know, all the suburbs get together and they, not to artificially lower pay, but to pay well, but just to prevent people from jumping from job to job to job for $1,000.
There are no local governments in the state of North Carolina who do that.
It's probably illegal. But I thought I'd ask the question.
And
Are you aware of anything like that, Peggy?
I actually had that conversation with several of the managers on the Outer Banks.
I've been asked that question several times. I'm not aware of anybody that's doing it.
No,
but I didn't know if you were.
No, there are no local governments in the state of North Carolina who have that kind of arrangement.
That could be like collusion, maybe. I don't know. So be careful with that.
So from the benefits survey, not only the results I received, but primarily from the results I received from your study, but supported by results that I've received in several of those recent ones that we've done. I recommend that to your schedule that you add June 19th, Juneteenth, and November the 11th, Veterans Day. And as part of recruitment, I recommend that you recognize prior service from those employees or potential employees who do have prior retirement system employment. And again, that's part of employee recruitment, where you would be able to go after an experienced officer from somewhere else. And if that employee brought additional experience with them, you already have in place the opportunity to bring that person to work at a little higher salary. This is an additional benefit that also would recognize that prior service, and they would accrue vacation accrual based on that total years of service.
Mr. Tefano, do you have a question?
It's just the Juneteenth and Veterans Day put us in exact correlation with the holidays.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let me just say for those outside, if you want to come in, we're having a pre-meeting, but this is an open meeting. If you want to come in and have a seat for our 7 o'clock meeting, please do.
But on this slide, you will see what the cost of the full implementation of that would be. These represent annual costs. Salaries would increase 1.756 million. There would be an additional 25% of fringe on there. That's the FICA, retirement, 401k, so forth, 439,000.
Does this assign a value for the additional 2 days off?
No, because those are just paid as part of regular salaries. So,
But there's work
so
not being done and we.
there's a loss of productivity, but there's nothing that directly hits the bottom line as far as salaries are concerned.
So then the total implementation cost would be the 2,195,000 that you see there.
I'm going to step outside and have a stiff drink real quick and then I'll come back. I'm just kidding. It's a big number. So Becky, you might want to talk.
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
On the current rate of inflation was around close to 8%. So it's going to be that way for a while. It seems that even after this pay study, the way it is right now, that we're going to be to make it actually a pay decrease as time goes on because of the inflation rate. So in your study, what have you taken that into consideration?
Well, to begin with, the projected 4% that we talked about earlier when we took a look at these slides. So that's only about half of that. But the inflation would be that, but past experience or historically, each of those local governments will not adjust their salaries the full amount of that inflation rate.
That doesn't necessarily mean that we cannot.
That's exactly right.
Correct. Thank you.
You're very correct.
So Does this conclude your presentation, sir?
Yes, sir.
Becky, where are we going to get $2 million?
Sure. So in the short term, what we've been looking at is the ability to move on these recommendations. If the majority of the board is supportive of doing that, when could we comfortably implement with existing funds in our existing budget? And so Teresa has taken the lead on running a number of different scenarios that look at the vacancy rate that we have been carrying thus far in the fiscal year and the amount of lap salaries that has produced, and then has taken some extremely conservative looks at where we expect to be for the remainder of the 6 months of the fiscal year. Basically, how much do we expect that to generate in excess lap salaries? And we're very comfortable that we're looking at approximately $900,000 in lap salaries that would be remaining in the budget. We also have the ARPA funds premium pay. The way that this is shaking out, our recommendation would be that if this pay plan is implemented, that the ARPA premium pay program ceases, because essentially the ARPA premium pay was meant to be a holdover while we conducted this work, thinking that we would potentially be able to implement in July. So we would pull back the ARPA funds and then redeploy permanent salaries. This proposal does keep every employee at least whole. Nobody would lose pay if they're currently receiving ARPA premium pay. It's at least a correlation. In some cases, it's very, very close. But in other cases, the permanent pay increases would be notably increased over what somebody's receiving under the ARPA premium pay program. So all totaled, between the ARPA funds that we would have left over and the lap salaries, we could comfortably move on this plan towards the end of January, and it would hit our employees' paychecks February 10th. That would get us through this fiscal year. We then have revaluation coming up for FY24. And the way that we budget for salaries would be whatever the salaries are set at, that would flow into the proposed budget for FY24. We do anticipate that a $2.2 million annual cost is broad brushstroke. We expect that to be about 3 pennies during reval, based on what a penny will generate under the projected revaluation amounts. So we do understand that this would be a commitment for the board to be coming off of revenue neutral. But we understood that we would likely be needing to do that for a number of operational reasons, this being one of them. So we have worked that into our scenarios, and we do feel like that can comfortably fit within the revaluation process if the board is interested in doing that.
Mr. Tufano.
To talk about that a little bit more. We've had this discussion about if we approve this, it's a mandatory tax increase next year because we can't go back on salaries. So at the current rate, I don't want to, let's talk before revaluation. The 2.1 million is approximately 4 cents, correct? I think we're getting about 500,000 per penny right now. Is that about
Yeah, so
right?
you'd be closer to 4.5 cents.
4.5 cents. So we're currently at 29.5, which means that it's going to be approximately a 14% pay, a 14% tax increase even at this time. So because it at 4.5 by 29.5, I'm doing it in my head. I remember the generation that did math before calculators, so I think it's close. The same. In other words, the percentage increase would have to be the same because we're running on taxes are at 2.2 million versus 14.9. I can't think is our current ad valorem. The percentage of increase is going to come out the same. I want to make it clear right now.
It would be different because 1 penny is going to.
I'm not talking about pennies. I'm talking about
Sure.
14.9, 2.2 divided by 14.9 comes out the same regardless if you're before or after revaluation. So if the point I'm trying to make is, and I am all for the increase, but I'm doing this and talking about this for the public's information. In other words, everybody wants our fire, everybody wants everybody to be making a living wage. And especially we've had numerous discussions about affordable housing and about how we need to give special treatment to those that are running at 80% AMI, and our forces are below that. So we need to get them up at least to the point where we're even talking about generating capital to help those in our community that are not at a certain grade. It becomes at home. People that aren't even at that scale. So totally for this, but the public has to know that once we vote on this, back in terms of tax increases in order to pay for this. It's just one tax increase on top of many others that are going to come. If the bonds are issued, or if there's some other major expense that happens to come up that we have unforeseen at this time. So again, I'm just saying it for the public's information that there is going to be, if we do this pay raise, there is going to be a tax increase, and it's going to be a significant tax increase in order to do this. And they just need to have that information in advance. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I'd like to say that, yes, it's painful. It's a big number, but our employees are our greatest asset in this town. They run the town. They are Matthews, and we have to pay them reasonable wages. And so I still want to see a little bit more detail on this number, which I'm sure Becky, you and I have spoke about. I really wasn't totally shocked because Becky shared this number with me prior to this meeting. But I think we've got to find a way to do it. We have to pay our employees a competitive wage. And we certainly, as Commissioner Whitley said, don't want to be paying our employees, you know, the lowest paid wage in Mecklenburg and Union counties or something similar to that. So we need to find this money. We need to sharpen our pencils, and we need to honor our employees with a pay increase, in my opinion. And
sure, comment, Becky, because of the inflation rate, and even if we implement this in January, there's going to be a significant, well, to all of us, to every American, there's a significant impact as we go to the grocery store and get our gas, etc. Has there been any discussion or any thought of perhaps even bumping it up just a little bit more in order to compensate for that, as someone told me one time, now that you've got your checkbook out, let's talk about some other issues. So
the short answer is no. We would be happy to do that, but I would say at this point, what likely makes more sense would be if the board is supportive of these increases. We could go ahead and approve these, and then there's the entire FY24 budget process that we could be looking at as far as do we do a combination? We would like to get back to the merit program. But is it a combination of a cost of living increase and a merit percentage? So it could potentially bump a little bit more in July, but that would give us a better picture at that point of what inflation is doing at that point. What are our neighbors actually going to do in July? Whereas right now it'd be very speculative. You know, we would certainly be happy to look at that as part of the budget process. But I think with the work that David has done, we feel good that this is a good place to be positioning ourselves at this point in time with a February implementation. And then if the board is amenable to continuing to look at that, we are happy to continue to look at that as well.
Becky, this is our last meeting in December. When would we have to make a final decision on this so that our employees could have this pay increase February 10th?
Your first meeting in January would give us 2 weeks to communicate out to employees what their individual pay increases would be, make all of the changes within our human resources system so that it could be effective, because it's actually affecting the pay period before that starts 3 weeks before that February 10th date. So we would need to make it effective January 22nd, but that would be doing all the work ahead of time. You know, we're certainly prepared if the board needs additional time. David will be finalizing his written report, and we'll get that out to you all as soon as that's completed. But if the board is comfortable moving forward, we're happy to do that, but we want to create space and time if additional discussion is needed. That would be, yes, or January 9th meeting.
And would you be able to have the attrition rates
Yep.
and the chart that I asked for by that time?
Yeah, as soon as we should be able to have that type of information this week.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask those that haven't spoke, what your temperature is on this, Commissioner Urban?
Yeah, Becky and I have spoken about this a little bit, and obviously I'm comfortable in making some movement here. I think for my most part, we'll never catch up with inflation, so I'm not going to go there. To Commissioner Whitley's point, yes, they're underpaid, but as soon as we do this, Union County is going to bump there, so we're going to be in that proverbial, you know what, circle. But we have to do best we can from our standpoint. I'd want a little bit more understanding of the numbers at the top. There were people that, like, there was a 15K number for 24, et cetera. That could be a big delta mover. If you instead did 15 and did 10, that's $120,000 or something like that. I'd like to know a little bit more about that. We don't have to discuss that tonight, but I mean, that's a pretty big mover in terms of percentages across the board here in the salaries. But if it makes sense in terms of pay grade and all, I'm fine with it, but I just see that as a big number.
You know, Becky and I did review some of those top tier salaries, and they're competitive. That's what people are getting paid in our neighboring localities.
And just to touch on that briefly, that the 15,000 cap was the number that we landed on that allowed some of those salaries to still move far enough that it didn't create compression with the next layer down in those departments. But in some cases, it was a notable reduction from what the market said they could be making at this point in time. But we felt that it was also important that by limiting that it helps send the message that we're really focused on getting our entry worker pay scales as high as possible, as competitive as possible, because that's how the majority of our employees are coming in the door. And so keep the focus there, put as much money as we can towards those pay scales. And then because of that 5% grade increase from position to position, it just kind of flows as you start to get up towards the top with some of that movement. But some of the results of the study did find that some of those positions could be notably higher than what those caps would otherwise allow.
Commissioner Hoover, do you have an opinion?
For me, I'm all in, when it comes to supporting our firemen and, police officers. For me, they're top of the list, and anything we can do to get them above and beyond, I'm all in for that.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Garner, would you like to make a comment?
I would. This is something that we have talked about since I joined the board and probably before that. And I think, you know, Commissioner Whitley said he has not been at the bottom of the salary, but my interest and careers have always put me at the bottom of the salary pool. So I know what it's like to live on the lowest wages. And if we are going to solve some of the bigger issues in Matthews, like traffic and coming from commuters, this is one step that we can take. So I'm fully supportive of it.
Thank you. And we know Mayor Pro Tem is out tonight, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, but it sounds like we have unanimously, although painful to find this funding, support our employees and want to make every effort to do so. So we have some additional information that's been requested. Becky, if you could get that to us prior to the meeting, and we'll take it up from there. We do want to take a quick break if there's no other comments or questions, and we'll come back at 7.
And if the board does have any questions, please send them to me, whether they're for David or for staff to pull. We're happy to get that, send that out over the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Higdon. I'm Matthews Mayor. Welcome to our December 10th regular town board meeting of the Matthews Council. I'm sorry, December 12th. What did I say? Well, close. We met at 5:30 for a employee pay classification study meeting and are ready to start our regular meeting now. I'd like to start with some introductions. To my left and your right is our Assistant Town Manager, Malia Gordon, Commissioner Renee Garner, Commissioner Larry Whitley, Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool normally sits next. You may have heard he was involved in a pretty substantial accident recently. He's still in the hospital in Hendersonville with a concussion and some internal injuries. I'm sure he would appreciate some words of to get well. So if you can send him an email or something, that would be appreciated. He is expected to fully recover. We have Town Manager Becky Hawk, our Town Attorney Charlie Buckley, Commissioner Mark Tefano, Commissioner Gina Hoover, Commissioner John Urban, and filling in for Lori Canapino tonight is Shana Robertson. We have our Planning Director Jay Camp and our Communications Coordinator Maureen Keith. Let's start with an invocation. Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mayor. All those who care to, please join me in prayer. Gracious God, as we pause this moment for give you thanks for many blessings of life. I am reminded at this time of year that we're in the time of joy, the time of peace, the time of love, and ask that you bring those emotions, those feelings to all of us, that they may enter into our hearts. In all that we face with love, hope, peace, and joy as we go through this Advent season. And we ask that you bring healing to Ken McCool, who was injured, as you know, and we ask that you give him healing and comfort and return him home soon. These things we ask in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. We have a lot of people in here tonight. I do want to make an announcement. If we have an emergency and there's a fire or some other reason we need to leave, there are stairs that go outside to the parking lots on the left and right outside this door. So please exit in an orderly way. And as my predecessor, Mayor Bailey, used to say, please make sure if you have a purse or something, place it underneath your chair so people can walk out without tripping. Thank you. I'd like to ask the town manager if we have any additions, deletions, or movements within the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, we are going to move consent agenda item 9G, the approved revised site plan and elevations for the Matthews Station Street parcel, off of consent agenda to a regular agenda item due to one of our commissioners needing to recuse themselves from that discussion. So that would make it item 10B.
Okay, thank you. Noted. So we are having a public hearing tonight, but first we're going to have public comment. Anyone who registered in advance can speak first. I don't think anybody has signed up. Maureen, do we have anybody? And
Mr. Mayor, don't we have to adopt the agenda?
yeah, okay. Entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
I'll second.
All opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, if anybody in the audience would like to speak for public comment and is not signed up, you can come forward. But if it's regarding the public hearing, you can speak during that in a moment. So, Maureen, do we have anybody online that wishes to speak?
Mr. Mayor, you had talked.
Please state your name and address. for the
Yes,
record.
sir. Dan Grantmeyer, Davis Trace HOA President. Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I speak during public comments and not speak during the hearing regarding the issue that the hearing is covering tonight?
And then he's already spoken. On that issue, he's already spoken.
I'll allow you to speak.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Basically, we, since the last town hall meeting that we had, pretty much we kind of rounded up the troops and all the Mid-Hill neighborhoods that are being affected by this proposal. And we've come to the conclusion that the initial proposal by Pappas Properties and the modified proposal by them as well is still unacceptable, just because of the high density and the high traffic it causes. So with that conclusion, I think on behalf of most of the folks that have turned in their signed petitions, we have 100 signed petitions that have been turned in out of around 127 residents for those neighborhoods, which includes the Hooks Road residence area and the courtyard at Mint Hill, Davis Trace, Brooks Knoll, and Stillwell Place. So basically, with the discussions with a lot of those neighbors in those communities, that they are in denial of the modified proposal. It's just too high a density. And the bottom line is that we don't want no apartments, no commercial, no roundabout. What we want is what is currently zoned for single family dwellings only. And I believe it's zoned for maybe up to 125 single family dwellings. But that would be acceptable. We understand that land has to be developed in some way. So I just want to pass that information on that that is kind of our conclusion pretty much. And the other neighborhoods will speak on behalf of their own neighborhood as well during the hearing. But for those that are in those neighborhoods that agree to what I had mentioned, that are in denial and would accept the single family dwellings as it's currently zoned, would you please raise your hand? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right. I will entertain a motion to recess our regular meeting and open public hearings on applications to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and Land Use Map of the Town of Matthews.
So move.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Tofano. Any discussion? All in favor? And it passed unanimously. Thank you. Just like to ask, the last meeting we had became pretty contentious. And one thing that we pride ourselves here in Matthews is that we have a modicum of decorum. So let's please be respectful for all of our speakers. Let them speak without interrupting them. Both the presenter, those are for and against. We would appreciate that. So we have several people signed up to speak. The first is Edward Carrington. Sorry.
Staff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Staff has a presentation first. Sorry, Jay.
Well, good evening, everyone. While Maureen pulls up the presentation, just want to say thanks for coming out this evening. I just will tell you, for those of you that ever attend our zoning hearings, our presentation tonight's a little bit atypical, right? The developer created initial site plan for the development. They've been working on modifications. So at this juncture, we don't have an updated plan to present information on. So again, this is a little bit of an atypical presentation that we're going to provide you some facts, some data, and maybe go over in a little more detail how our process works. So I've just got 2 or 3 slides. I promise I won't go long. Our senior planner, Nadine Bennett's also got some background about our planning procedures, our processes, and the area plan that we've heard a little bit about. So with that, I first wanted to talk about, and I've seen this in some emails that have come across. There's been a little bit of confusion about variances and what exactly this process is. So anytime a property owner wants to change the zoning on the property, it goes through a rezoning. In Matthews, since the 1980s, we've used a process called conditional zoning. As you'll see in the quick bullet points I've created up here, it allows developers to agree for a certain set of conditions and the site plan that become mandatory if approved by the Board of Commissioners. What this does for the town, for staff, for council, and more importantly, for nearby property owners is that it creates certainty. You know exactly what is coming, more or less exactly what is coming to your neighborhood, what it's going to look like, what the layout might be, what the uses will be. Conditional zoning can go above and beyond our basic regulatory requirements. So if we require a 20-foot buffer adjacent to residential, I've seen buffers 80 or 100 feet because the developer agreed to it as they were working with property owners. So most of our rezonings over the past 40 or so years have been conditional zoning request. You'll also hear the term by right quite often. So by right simply means that a development is coming in and it meets the standards of our Unified Development Ordinance. It does not need to go through a public hearing process like this. So much of the land that is under consideration for zoning, I believe, is R15. I think the majority of it, Nadine, that's R15 single family development. It also allows institutional uses. So churches are allowed in that district, schools, parks, playgrounds, police stations, fire stations, et cetera. So it may say single family zoning, but there are actually several uses allowed in the R15 district. So what does a conditional site plan look like? Typically, there are various items that are addressed in what we call the conditional notes. So as I mentioned earlier with buffers up in the upper left, that's often something, and if you've seen the plans for the proposed project, they are showing a buffer adjacent to the Windrow community. Another item mostly referred to as transportation improvements, but I'll say mobility improvements. So this could be sidewalks, crosswalks, could be a roundabout, traffic signal, turn lane improvements, and so on and so forth. So those can also be conditions of a site plan. Also architecture. This is actually the Eden Hall development in Matthews here off of Fullwood Lane. So what the buildings look like, minimum percentages of brick, siding, things of that nature. In the lower left, the site design. So where are the access points? Where are those buffers? Where are the buildings? Where are the parking lots? All of that can be part of a conditional site plan. The one in the middle is a loaded one, density intensity uses. So how dense is it? How many units of housing are allowed? How much commercial? How big the buildings are, intensity, what they look like, how tall they are. And then finally, uses. So you could do a rezoning to mixed use or business, but you might go in and strike out certain uses that you don't agree are a good fit for that particular part of town or a particular corner. And then finally, green space. We have base requirements in our ordinance for green space, for tree save. Those can also be modified. So if a district had a 5 or a 10% tree save, a developer could agree to increase that tree save to a number that is more acceptable to perhaps our council or citizens of the area. So kind of a brief overview of what conditional zoning is. And then finally, this is my last slide before I turn it over. This is our conditional zoning process. So starting with applications we have with property owners or developers. You move into community meetings. I'll kind of, they submit the application in 2, and a point of contact is assigned with our town staff. Many of you, I believe, attended a community meeting that Pappas Properties held. That's item 4. Notices go out at 5, and then we are sitting tonight at 6. So this hearing will, if at the board's pleasure, It could be extended to next month. You could choose to keep the hearing open. You could choose to close it. If the hearing is kept open, this public hearing could continue until January. If the board closes it, the next step would be to go to the planning board. Some of them are seated here in the front row. I don't know where the rest of our planning board is this evening.
Jay, can you please introduce the planning board?
Yeah, sorry. Jim Johnson, planning board on the second row, Howie Labner, Tom Dorsey, and our outgoing chair, Mike Foster. Mike, this is your last meeting. You've been with us for 5 years. So can we give our planning board chair a round of applause? Thank you for all your dedication to the town over the past 6 years. And so after planning board reviews and makes a recommendation on either a text change or a zoning, it comes back to these folks for a decision. Did I miss anyone else on planning board, by the way? I know it's a packed house. Okay. So that's a little bit of a summary on our process. I'm going to turn it over to Senior Planner Nadine Bennett to talk about our area planning.
So as Jay said, this is not your typical presentation. Usually I'd be getting up here with the site plan and telling you about the site plan. They had submitted an original site plan, and I think as all of you know, they're revising it right now. We just haven't gotten one back yet. So instead of talking about that, I'm just going to walk you through the kind of how we got here. I think everybody in the room probably knows exactly the property that we're talking about at this point. That area in the middle that says RVS Silver Oaks. I think actually another, oops. There you go. That is what a few people have been talking about the approved number of houses that can be there. And that was done in 2007. And it was actually for, I think it's 134 homes, and it's only on a portion of the property. So it's not the entire property with 134 homes on it. It's a portion of it. We've talked about this. We're not even sure it could be built today because of changes in different ordinances, also with transportation changes that are coming along as well. So probably anything that goes there would need a rezoning because they couldn't build the exact plan that was approved. There were also a couple of other rezoning requests that were requested in 2010 and 2011 that were denied in the area. And that's the area that we're talking about where the Silver Oaks approval is to the right there of Stallings Road. So again, because we don't have the site plan, I'm just going to kind of walk you through what's happened so far. So back in early 2021, which is actually when I started here, we were getting calls, I think almost daily about these properties. I mean, they were coming in fast and furious. And it wasn't just the Silver Oaks property, it was all of the properties around it. And they all had, various things that they wanted to do, great plans, let's do this. We thought that was a really smart time to take a step back and say, what do we really want to happen in this area? We don't have a lot of property left in Matthews that's undeveloped. So let's really think about this one and think about what's right. So we put together a small area plan, and the diagram there shows kind of what goes into a small area plan. We take community input. We look at background, we look at data, we looked at what the town vision statement said about the entire town. We looked at the 2012 land use plan. We looked at changing demographics in Matthews and throughout the country and what future generations will need in Matthews. We also, because we're planners, we look at best practices in planning. So for community input, well, I'll get back to that in a moment, but we did look at community input, we did look at best practices, and I'll explain those a bit more. So this is our strategic plan, the Matthews strategic plan. Back when we were working on the small area plan, these were actually just vision statements, but the vision statements haven't changed since then. So these are the few of the ones that we looked at. Well-planned multimodal transportation system, walkable, bikeable community, expanded park open space system, and properly managed growth and development with different types of housing for different types of people. Best practices. People really like walkable communities. I mean, that's coming out more and more. And younger people, as they're moving into the housing market, well, one, they would like to be able to afford anything. But other than that, they really like walkable neighborhoods. Older people like walkable neighborhoods. When you have a walkable neighborhood, what it really means is it's not, we hate cars, cars go away. It's just that you don't have to get in your car every time you do something. And if you don't have to get in your car every time you want to do something, like go to a restaurant or something, then that fewer cars on the road. Also, again, best practices say to us that it's not just the density, but it's the way the community is laid out that's going to affect the traffic. And again, if you have them going to places locally, not as much traffic on the road. So for the area plan itself, the first thing that we did after talking to some key stakeholders, we put out a visual preference survey. We put that on Nextdoor. We put it on the window next door and also on social media. We had, I think, 127 responses to it, which is pretty good. And I know some people said, well, you just gave us a set of images and we really had no way to say what we really wanted. But in this visual preference survey, we actually had an open-ended question at the end that just said, now tell us your vision for the neighborhood. Like, you know, forget all of these images, just tell us what you want. So we had 90 people respond to the open-ended question. And out of those, 75% of them said they wanted some kind of mixed use. They would love to have a place to go that didn't mean like a restaurant. It didn't mean you had to go out to Independence Boulevard was actually a specific comment. Or I'd like to go someplace with my kids and not have to go into Union County to do it. So, and of course, on the other side, there were a lot of people who said, I don't want to see anything, you know, leave it as it is, or I only want single family houses. But we had a lot of people say that they wanted something a little bit different. So what we did from there was we took those survey responses. We took what we know to be the best practices in planning. We did the stakeholder interviews, the existing Matthews future land use plan, and we came up with a vision for the area. We took that vision out to the neighborhood. We sent out, we was looking actually at the list today, we sent out 400 postcards to people within 1/3 of a mile of the study area. We put it on Nextdoor, we put it on social media, and we put signs up throughout the neighborhood, and the neighborhood put signs up throughout the neighborhood. And as Jay pointed out today, we did that despite the fact that our code enforcement officer was usually taking those signs down, but we wanted to make sure that people came to the meetings. We also decided to have it in the Windrow community rather than having people come to town hall, because not everyone really wants to come to town hall. We also had 2 sessions during the day because we know some people can't get there in the day, some people can't get there in the evening. So yes, a lot of people did express concern about the impacts of development. But I mean, I was there and I talked to other people who were really interested in the idea of some shopping, some dining, some small retail close by, that would be a good thing. The main concern really was traffic on Idlewild. Okay, actually the main concern was that Creekside connection to development. As planners, we think connectivity is a really good thing. So we said, yes, you know, we should connect those 2 things. But the people there said, absolutely, do not connect those neighborhoods. So we took that connection out. So this was a vision for the neighborhood. And just in general, it's single family housing and a buffer up against the existing neighborhoods. And then as you get closer to 485, it gets a little bit denser. And then there's some retail in there too. We want it focused on an open area kind of in the center where people could come and gather, because there was also a lot of talk about community. We really want a sense of community. So we thought, well, we'll give them some place where they can really gather. We also wanted a variety of housing choices because we need them in Matthews, and people are of different backgrounds and different economic status. You want to have some choices. So this is the pretty picture of what it could look like. And again, it's kind of what an old neighborhood looks like. It's what a traditional neighborhood can look like. So these are the specific recommendations from the plan, and we know that any developer coming in is not going to meet every one of these recommendations. But these are the things that we're going to look at when we evaluate what they send to us. And I'm not going to go through them. But I will say that we do care about mobility and infrastructure, and can we support whatever's coming in? We have a new fire station that's actually going to be closer to this neighborhood than the existing volunteer. We talked to the schools about this, and we see what they think about the development. And one of the big things that we do is that we work on transportation analysis. We want to know what the impact is going to be. As Jay said, this is conditional zoning. They can agree to make improvements. And transportation is a huge part of that. And to get into more of the specifics of that, I'm going to turn it over to our town engineer, who can tell you a little bit more about the transportation analysis.
Thank you, Nadine. Yeah. We did have a few comments via email about various road projects, et cetera, particularly the swap that happened. So Susan, if you could address that, would be great.
Yeah, that's on the next slide. And I'm not going to speak specifically to the TIA. I'll get to that in a minute, but I want to remind everyone what the transportation impact analysis is. We require them to mitigate transportation impacts from developments over certain thresholds. And I have listed here for you some examples of those thresholds. So a development as small as 50 single family homes, we saw them for smaller projects like the Mariah Seniors, and for bigger projects like the Sante development. Some key analyses required, and we redid our TIA a couple of years ago. So you might remember I went through this big oratory of all the different analyses. This is a lot more robust than what we used to require. We require 5 analyses. The first is capacity analysis, which is the level of service and delay at intersections. A queuing analysis, so how far back are the queues sitting in, or the cars sitting in line. Collision analysis, multimodal, so that's walking, biking, transit, and traffic signal warrants. To that project the mayor was talking about, that number is 4913. It's also known as the Idlewild widening project. The majority of that project was in the town of Stallings. And you'll remember from your October 10th meeting, I came before you to tell you that we had learned at the last minute that Stallings and NCDOT struck a deal to delete the project and move the money to another project in Stallings and to a project in West Charlotte. So staff immediately picked up the phone and started calling to try and keep that money in this area. So we were able to successfully move that to the DOT said, well, $25 million, that's your number. What project do you have for that amount? And so we identified a section of the U2509 project that was that amount. And there was about 5 million left over. And that second bullet, the NCDOT division engineer actually called us back and said, hey, remember that roundabout that was part of the original project that we deleted? Would you like improvements on Idlewild Road? We can put that roundabout there for safety improvements. And we, of course, said, yes, please. Let's keep some of that money on Idlewild Road. So they created a new project, 4913A. We kept that number because 4913B would be that interchange, the diverging diamond interchange, which we liked so much. We'll go back through reprioritization in the SIP. Because our first request to the state really was just build the interchange. Can we just build the interchange? And they said, no, we looked at it. It's really the tapers and the town of Stallings that it affected. Now they were proposing 6 lanes, which would really cut through the town of Stallings, much like we had the same issue with John Street, right? So this was near and dear to us. We understood why Stallings didn't want 6 lanes blowing through their town. So the timeline for this new project, 4913A, it's not yet adopted by the Board of Transportation, but so far it's proposed to start the right-of-way phase in 2026 and construction in 2028. So design usually occurs a couple years before the target right-of-way.
Now, specific to the Sante Matthews TIA, you may be wondering where we stand, right? Because we had an original site plan and the developer did submit a transportation impact analysis for that original site plan. Town staff reviewed it. I did send it over to our neighbors in Stallings and Mint Hill for their enjoyment. And NCDOT also reviewed it, and the town and NCDOT provided comments back to the developer, stating that revisions to the TIA were required. Well, the developer, with the new news of 4913A, it really affects their site plan. So as we heard from Nadine, they're changing their site plan to incorporate this new 4913A project. So we had a rescoping meeting on Friday, and they will resubmit a new transportation impact analysis with the new state project in there. And we did request that all of our prior comments were to be addressed in the resubmittal. Does that answer any of the questions you might have about 4913? Remember the Idlewild widening project and what happened to that and how we're left with a roundabout there in Idlewild?
Yeah, I think you brought up the key point, and I think there was some misinformation that the town of Matthews said, no, we don't want a $39 million improvement to Idlewild Road in Matthews, and that was never offered to us. It was only a very small portion, and Stallings is the one who said they didn't want it. Thanks to our staff, we had those funds redirected where we could at other viable projects. So did a great job and still salvaged $5 million of improvements in the portion of Idlewild Road in Matthews. So I just want to make sure that clarification was made. The town did not say, no, thanks. We don't want $40 million of improvements to Idlewild Road, because it was never offered to us. So,
Yeah, we rather liked the project.
right.
All right. Thank you,
Mr. Garner.
Susan, before you leave, I have a couple questions for you. Or maybe if you could explain a little bit about why a roundabout would be beneficial at that intersection. That would be helpful for me to understand how it impacts this project and how it may affect the neighborhoods around it.
I'm going to try and get back to one of Nadine's slides that has a map, if you'll bear with me for just a minute. Okay. We'll just use this one here. First, I need to find the pointer. There we go. All right, so here we have Idlewild Road here labeled. And so here's the Davis Trace neighborhood. I apologize, I don't know the names of all the neighborhoods in Mint Hill, so I'm just going to go by road names. So here, these intersections, Davis Trace, Hooks, Stallings, are all full movement intersections currently. That means you can turn right in, right out, left in, left out. When the interchange project goes in, some of these turning movements might need to be restricted because of that queuing analysis I had talked about. The benefits of a roundabout is that it reduces the number of turning lanes. Remember, we redid the signal at Idlewild and 51 and converted that to a roundabout. If you ever sat at that signal, you sat and you sat and you sat, and then you move up and then you sat and you sat. The current one, there might be a long queue, but it's processing more vehicles. So you're moving, and you're slowly getting closer to that intersection so you can move around it. The other benefit that the roundabout has, the current DOT plan shows it here at Hooks. The developer asked us, do we like it better at Davis Trace? My personal idea is that the residents at Davis Trace are used to making a left to get to the interchange. If the roundabout was at Hooks, that left out access is likely going to be restricted. If the roundabout moves to Davis Trace, then those residents would be able to come out and make their left to get back to the interstate. It also moves the roundabout further away from the interstate, so those queues that might back up are clear of the interchange. And lastly, it provides for some form of permanent traffic calming. You can't go 50 miles an hour through a roundabout. You will depart the roundabout and never try that again. So it's a permanent fixture where you would have to slow down at one point And you can maintain that more comfortable speed on Idlewild Road. So we do like the roundabout option, especially for that permanent traffic calming component.
Does that answer your questions, Commissioner Garner?
It does. I have a follow-up question, and that is that I think we heard from during public comment, representative of the people in Mint Hill, and some, I guess, comments while you were talking about the roundabout that people generally don't sound interested in interested in having a roundabout. Moving forward, with this rezoning, whether approved or not, knowing that this is a state road, and maybe I'm leading you to an answer that I don't mean to, but I don't know how to frame it because I haven't fully thought it out. NCDOT does not like left-hand turns in what I have seen. Do you agree with that assessment?
NCDOT is very interested in alternative intersection types that improve the level of service of the intersection. And so a traffic signal makes people wait, and roundabouts and restricting left turns allows vehicles to move more freely.
Okay, and so I am saying that just from seeing what happened at Sam Newell and Trade Street and 51, where they installed medians. This property, whatever it may be, will it meet the threshold of a traffic improvement analysis and need some sort of assessment of medians? What I'm asking is basically if a roundabout is not put in, do we anticipate NCDOT saying a median will be needed at some of these left-hand turns?
I would anticipate that, yes. We've already been through one iteration without roundabouts. They did roundabout analyses at the request of the town because it had been in that prior project. So we are looking at multiple left turn lanes and receiving lanes and big wide roads to accommodate traffic signals. But there were some medians also proposed where the DOT said turning movements will need to be restricted on Idlewild Road.
Okay, thank you. And just maybe for the board's understanding, and we've all been through this with John Street and knowing how hard it is to play tug of war with NCDOT, seeing how close it is to the interchange at 485. I think that will be a tougher game than a tug of war. And I would, from my experience and just from, which is very limited, would expect there to be some sort of limitation on movement from those neighborhoods.
I'm sorry, ma'am, we can't take questions from the crowd. You're welcome to speak during the public comment period if you like. We have another comment or question from Commissioner Tofano.
The current roundabout at Idlewild and 51. And just for clarification to me and to everyone else, I've heard talk over the years about it's going away. Is there truth to that?
There is truth to that.
And when is it going away?
So the DOT insists that they told us that roundabout had a 10-year lifespan. I do not have recollection of this, nor do I have documentation of that. So it was a surprise to us. We were of the understanding that when 51 would be widened with the widening project, that it goes from Brandywine all the way to Lawyers Road in Mint Hill. We thought it would be converted to a dual lane roundabout. And the DOT instead came back and said, no, we're going to restrict left turns, as Commissioner Garner was referencing, and you won't be able to turn left on Idlewild. And staff said, I'm sorry, what? And so we were working with them to try and come up with another intersection type that wouldn't be so restrictive to Idlewild Road in that intersection. And we were encouraging them to continue to look at modifying the roundabout to keep it through the widening project.
So it's the evaluation, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the roundabout does not work properly in that particular spot.
So remember, when the DOT does a project, they're not designing for today. They're designing for now. the year 2050. So they are projecting traffic based on growth rates and development to think, what might the traffic be in 2050? I think the Idlewild roundabout, the 51 widening project might be a 2040 horizon year. So they projected traffic to 2040, and that is the design that fails. Now, currently, DOT thinks that the roundabout fails. We have mixed feedback from residents, but some love it, some hate it. But DOT says the roundabout currently is a level of service F, but especially in the 2040 design year.
It begs the question, if it doesn't work on that spot on that wild.
The intersection of Idlewild Road and North Carolina 51, it's a lot, that has a lot of traffic, right? NC 51 carries far more traffic than Idlewild, and Idlewild Road carries far more traffic than Stallings Road. So we're looking at a lot heavier traffic, and I don't know the numbers off the top of my head to give you that comparison of total intersection traffic for 51 in Idlewild and 51 in Stallings, but it is significantly lower at Idlewild and Stallings.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Urban.
We'll just devil's advocate on that roundabout. I'm off of Rice in Idlewild, and in a number of years that roundabout's been in place, the backing up to Rice doesn't occur anymore. Traffic accidents are way down, and you do move as opposed to stop. So I guess it depends on which side of the road you're on and where you're coming from, but that roundabout has cured a lot of problems than where that light was before. So I don't know what the inferences are to the other roundabout and its traffic impact, but the one the DOT wants to tear apart, most of the emails I got are we out of our cricket minds that we want to remove that roundabout because it keeps the traffic flowing. And I think, Larry, you live in that particular area too.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yeah, listen, I'm an OX Highway Patrol. Our number one priority was to move traffic. I patrolled this town 11 years as state trooper, and I was there when it was not a roundabout there. And I came home from Charlotte on Idlewild and sat 30 minutes on Rice Road trying to get in. Now, to say that roundabout don't work, that's not true. Roundabout does work. And if you don't believe it, go down Union County. Everywhere you go, they got roundabouts. But what I heard at the last public hearing, I'm understanding that the developer is going to move Stalling Road. Am I correct in that?
Well, we're going to allow Mr. Pappas's team to give a
Okay,
presentation
but
here in a moment.
I'm breaking my point because there was several people that made comments that they wanted a roundabout, but they wanted to move it to Davis Trace. Now, the reason they said that, and I pretty much heard it because they couldn't make a left turn. But those two developments there, the development before you get to Davis Trace, all those are very nice homes. As a matter of fact, I tried to look and find one, but I couldn't afford it on Highway Patrol salary. My point is this, those two neighborhoods connect. I did find out that you can leave that first neighborhood, Stillwell, I think it is, and come through and hit David Trace. But if there's a roundabout, now DOT, they talking about in 40. Listen, we live today, and those roundabouts help us move today. It's all right to think out 40 years, but I want to talk about today. What can we do today to make it Idlewild? I rode back and I looked at all of these neighborhoods in there, and I looked at that. I like to move traffic. I like to have a roundabout. If DOT is giving us that money for there to help move those coming off at Davis Trace, they can make a roundabout go either way they want to, all around. But the school buses can do the same as well also. And if Stallings Road is moved a little farther in out of that subdivision, that'll take a load off because I rode through to see where there's 3 lanes after you pass Stallings Road, where it's typically now. But the DOT need to put some money up now to live on Idlewild. I'm with y'all. I heard exactly what you said about no police officer, and I heard about the traffic. I agree with you 100%. It's not the town's fault, not me Hill's fault. It's DOT need to put the money today where we are can improve the road. But I do remember hearing several of your residents asked about a roundabout there at Davis Trace, and I think that makes good sense. Roundabout does work, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll be one of the first one to kick against getting rid of the roundabout out of Island 51. You could do 4-lane roads, but still use that and go which way you want to and keep moving it. But I hear and I take pretty good notes, but I know that we need to move traffic. Never let nobody sit those 30 minutes in traffic.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a proponent or not of roundabouts, but I know that many of my European friends think Americans are silly because we have so few of them, and they use them extensively in Europe. And so, for what it's worth, but I'll rely on Susan's expertise as to the value and Commissioner Whitley. Are there any other questions from this board for anybody on staff? Nadine, Jay, or Susan? Commissioner Urban.
Go back to Nadine or Jay, and just have an understanding of the 2007 zoning action.
Nadine said she didn't work here then,
But she was prior to that. So Jay, so are we saying by default, by default, someone would come in here, we have a 2007 on the books, someone could sort of by right build based on that 2007 conditions, or such as that things have changed so much that plan couldn't be put on paper or couldn't be built?
So that plan's 15 years old. It is for 134 units, 96 of which were what we used to call pinwheels. So they looked like, if you're familiar with Bella or Polo Club, 96 of the units were of that design. To simplify the answer, it would be very difficult to build. I've probably fielded, I don't know, 50 to 100 phone calls on that plan over the past decade from developers kicking the tires on it. They ultimately determined that the ask was too high, the selling price was too high, or that the layout didn't make sense, density didn't work. It has conditional elevations on it. So they are 15-year-old home designs that no builder would probably come in and say, you know what, I think people want what we designed 15 years ago. We want to build some formal dining rooms and living rooms and things that are no longer the latest.
Well, I guess that's my question, because 15 years ago, we weren't as adamant about our architectural vernacular as we are today.
Correct.
And so I guess the question is, those may have been elevations, but they didn't describe, were they all brick, or were they vinyl, or were they 1,000 square feet, or were they 2,000 square feet? So I guess my point is to revert back to something like that is inadequate at best, because you careful what you wish for, because you get 134 vinyl sided homes, 1,500 square feet apiece, and it may not fit into the neighborhoods that we're talking about. So, and the other thing is that it's only for that RVS section of Silver Oaks, correct?
Right. That's about 42 acres that encompasses that. One of the major issues we identified back in this room in 2011, where it says R15 between Stallings Road and 485, we had a multifamily and office project that failed. I remember, I think it was Mayor Taylor at the time, before the project either was withdrawn or denied, said, we need to figure out how to realign Stallings Road. That is one of our biggest issues out here. The turning movements are dangerous. The developer at the time tried to obtain a traffic signal there. DOT said, no, it's too close to the interchange. So one of the issues with that Silver Oaks plan is it does not contemplate the relocation of Stallings Road. So if that project goes in as currently planned, we're left with these disconnected streets. There's no way to even consider the road realignments that could facilitate better traffic flow.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Jay, a follow-up question to be clear, and I think it's important for everybody in the room and anybody that's watching online. How many homes could be built on the total property right now by right?
So that's I don't do site layouts. The R15 district mandates a 15,000 square foot lot minimum, which is
have an approximation. I'm just
yeah. I'm sorry. It's about 1/3 of an acre, plus or minus 2 units. It's that zoning category has been around since the 70s, and since then there are a lot of environmental requirements. Like developers now have to do stormwater and water quality facilities for single family. when Windrow was built, there was none of that. You could just build, all the way up to the edge of a stream or a creek with your development.
Could you do that calculation tonight before we leave?
I really couldn't because it takes into account like areas and water quality buffers and things of that nature. So you would have to isolate how much buildable land is on
Okay, all right.
all 82 acres, and then it usually pencils out plus or minus 2 units per acre.
Commissioner
By
Gardner.
right.
I think, so you're saying that 134 are approved for 42 acres, and this is an 82 acre, so it'd be an additional, you said.
If you had another 40 acres, like plus or minus 80 additional homes,
I think that's what, yeah, maybe that's.
if that's what you were getting at.
Thought is that it would be 210 or 215 homes, not, I think the number floating around is like 120 homes could be. built
That's the
on
point I'm trying to make.
Right.
So with
Did-
no conditions whatsoever, really, from this board, that could be done by right with no input whatsoever from any of us.
Correct.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments for staff before we turn it over? I guess before I let the public speak, we ought to allow Mr. Pappas to give his presentation and his team. So if there are no other questions, Mr. Pappas, you're up, sir.
Mayor and members of the town council, thank you very much for the opportunity to share what we think is a very exciting proposal for your community. I'm Peter Pappas. I am the CEO of Pappas Properties, and along with my team members who are here, we're pleased to present this proposal. We want to thank not only you for your efforts and work on laying out a very ambitious gateway plan, but also for the time your staff has spent with us to explain the various objectives that they're trying to meet as part of the growth of your community. And I also want to thank the neighborhood leadership who has met with us, I think 3 or 4 times since the first public open house. They've been very accessible. And while we may not totally be on the same page, we certainly respect their view and appreciate their time. And Jay, you're going to have to help me here because I'm not the technology guy. So you, right here.
And
Right.
that's your laser pointer.
Oh, okay. Well, this is pretty fancy for me. So, because I still have boards of all this in the back of my car. So my younger team said, you can't bring those in. You got to learn to use this. So just a quick intro on our company, and I'll only take just a minute. We've been in business since 1999. I've been in the industry since 1984. Our company is privately held. We have been involved with and developed many master plan communities, mixed use communities all throughout the Carolinas. These are just a few examples of projects and communities that we've been involved in. We're very proud of these because they follow our principle for development, which is an emphasis on community building and placemaking. You saw that picture of Birkdale Village with the firemen. That was our 4th of July celebration, where all the young families came out and the firemen let the kids hold the fire hose and push this big inflatable ball on this wire back and forth and get everyone wet. But that's community, that's gathering, that's involving the residents. And as you can see in this picture, so many of our communities, Berwick has a village green. At Midtown, which is an urban wellness village that we're under construction with in Charlotte, we work collectively with Mecklenburg County to redo the Pearl Street Park. And prior to that, worked for, I think, 11 years on the Little Sugar Creek Greenway. So we believe very much in open space and how that should be incorporated into community. Sante Matthews, let's get to Sante Matthews and what we believe is, a very innovative proposal for Matthews. It's wellness focused. It's a multi-generational community. It takes into account the emphasis that has come out of the pandemic. So many people are focused on wellness. They want programs for healthy cooking. They want different fitness opportunities. They want to focus on walkability, as one of your staff members said earlier. Everybody wants to get out and walk, whether that's wide sidewalks or trails. They're all interested in that. And of course, creating open spaces where people can gather and meet. And that really is the foundation and the framework for Sante Matthews and the inspiration for the project, not to mention a great emphasis on architecture and design. Every community we've developed has very, very detailed architectural and design standards, because we want to deliver the best design we can to each of the communities we work in. I think the town's vision for the Eastern Gateway Plan is very forward-thinking. It does take into account the residents that have been here a long time. That's very important. We're taking that into account in our proposal that you're going to hear more details about in just a minute. We have a very large active adult component as part of Sante Matthews, and we believe that some that may live around this site may find that an attractive alternative to them. Maintenance-free lifestyle has become a choice that many people have opted for. So Sante Matthews will be, part of Matthews, obviously, and we chose Matthews and chose this site because we are very impressed with the quality of life here, the demographics, the downtown, and the great leadership you've had to create community. That's hard work, and you've done it extremely well. So I mentioned the Eastern Gateway Plan. I think the staff has walked you through most of this. I would just maybe point out two things that are very consistent in our plan and the Gateway Plan. You see this single family area here. You'll see on our modified plan how we align exactly with this vision. And then, as I think Jay or Nadine mentioned, your objective here was to get your higher density multifamily against 485 and Stallings Road. And again, that's where we align very well with that vision. The plan that we filed originally, we had made several filings. So this is the plan that we filed once we had all 82 acres under control. And this is the plan that we shared in the first open house that we had at the Neighborhood Community Center. Just want to maybe walk through for a minute how long that and what has transpired in terms of public input and staff discussions. We first, I believe, started talking with Jay and Nadine, or members of my team did, back in 2001. We, as we will mention several times, this site is comprised of 4 different parcels. So the first parcel we were able to put under contract was the Saunders-Levine parcel at I-485 and Stallings Road. We filed a plan in December of 2021 for that property. We were then fortunate enough to add the Stevens property, which I think has been referred to as the Silver Oak site, in March. So we added that property to our zoning petition, and then we're able to work with the Sustar family, a long-time resident of this area, and land that we have acquired, and added that to the plan in August of this year. So 4 different property owners, a really special opportunity to assemble this much land and create community. Since filing the plan that I just shared with you, we've had the large neighborhood meeting at the community clubhouse. As your staff has pointed out, there have been a number of changes here in the last 45 days to the NCDOT plans. And then we've followed up with several meetings with neighborhood leadership, and had on last Saturday had an open house, which we held at one of our projects at South Park, just to give those who are not familiar with our work a chance to see some of the communities we've built. Had a nice attendance of over 20 people and received quite a bit of good feedback. So we believe it's extremely important to engage with the community and understand where they're coming from. We understand it very well. We know this plan represents a great deal of change, but it also represents a great opportunity to create from scratch a new transportation network that will serve this area of Matthews very well long into the future. And so what I'd like to do is ask Jim Schumacher, who is one of our senior leaders on our team. Jim is been involved with us on a number of large projects, most recently the Midtown effort. And prior to joining our team was head of city engineering in Charlotte and an assistant city manager. I'd like Jim to walk through the changes that we've made since filing the first petition. And also before that, really show you the proposed infrastructure framework, because so much of the comment we've gotten has been about traffic. And I think we've got to have the right framework to deal with the traffic today and in the future. So Jim, I'll turn it to you.
All right. Good night. Good evening, everyone. As mentioned, I just want to kind of walk through the changes that we've made to the plan here in the last few weeks as a result of our neighborhood meeting at the clubhouse. We got a lot of input. As you know, here in this room about a month ago, we got a lot of input. We've tried to listen to that and find ways to incorporate that to the extent we can and make modifications to the plan. The significant part of that, of course, is traffic. As was mentioned earlier, traffic on Idlewild Road for a long time has been a significant issue. Our traffic engineering consultant, Kimberly Horn, has submitted to the town and the NCDOT a full analysis of traffic in and around the site. Your town engineer mentioned that process. We're continuing to work through that process. And as you know, that leads to a set of traffic improvements that are agreed upon between the transportation staff and the development team, and those become a condition of the rezoning and would have to be installed as the project is constructed. Our initial proposal was to realign Stallings Road to line up with Hooks Road and provide a full traffic signal there. Idlewild Road towards 485 from that point would be 4 lanes plus a dual left turn lane for a left turn movement from Idlewild onto Stallings. Susan mentioned that being part of the study earlier. And again, shortly after our submittal, the NCDOT changed their plans. Y'all are familiar, and Susan again went through that. That resulted in the state coming back and saying, we are prepared to build a roundabout on Idlewild Road at the intersection of Idlewild and Stallings. And so we've been working to figure out how to incorporate that into our plan in a way that results in a good project and as well as a good road network for the immediate area. That change for the state was approved by the MPO, of course, back on October 19. Now, through the community input meetings mentioned earlier, a number of nearby residents were concerned. We've heard about this a little earlier. The folks in the neighborhoods to the north were concerned about Davis Trace and the ability to come out of Davis Trace and turn onto Idlewild, particularly to turn left to get to the 485 interchange. So we've worked with NCDOT to try to address that concern. And we believe the state concurs with the idea to place the roundabout at Davis Trace Drive and realign Stalling roads to that new roundabout location. Of course, this maintains the left turns coming out of Davis Trace. It allows those neighborhoods to the north to continue to use Davis Trace to come on to Idlewild and turn left to go towards the interchange. Our proposal also includes all of the right-of-way that would be necessary to do the widening of Idlewild and to construct the roundabout to the south. The idea being that there should be no right-of-way required from any of the properties on the north side, but we would try to do all the widening to the south into the development site. The state's schedule for completing the roundabout would be approximately 2030. I think Susan mentioned they would start maybe around 2028. So they would finish the roundabout and some of the realignment of Stallings Road around 2029 or 2030. So our proposal is to construct the roundabout and the widening of Idlewild now as part of our development project and realize that increased traffic capacity and increased safety several years sooner than otherwise. We also would be making several other roadway improvements such as curbs and sidewalks along our frontage on Idlewild Road. The existing Stallings Road would have new curbs and sidewalks and trees and lighting, and the new Stallings also would have all those features. Some of the other comments we heard in the previous meetings was the nature of the housing. and single family and density and rental and versus for sale and so forth. Our initial proposal provided single family detached homes along the entire western border of the project site. Some of those were for sale and some of those were part of the rental wellness village for 55 plus. So a concern that we heard was that the neighborhood would like all of the homes along that western edge to be for sale homes, to have and for there to be more of them. So our modified plan provides a continuous street along that western edge. How's the pointer here work? So along the western edge here, we've provided a continuous street that comes off of Idlewild and comes down. And so you would have single family for sale homes developed by our partner David Weekley Homes in this area. These would be larger homes than we were originally envisioned and would be nearly 60 of them. So about a fourfold increase in the number of single family for sale homes in that area versus what was initially proposed. In addition, the modified plan includes for sale townhomes toward the new stallings. So these in this area, these would be for sale townhome units. So all of this area between the existing neighborhoods and the new stallings alignment would be for sale. The one exception to that is down here towards the lower end. These would be the single family and detached structures that are designed for the wellness community, the 55 plus active adult community. They would be down in this area. Those units would have would front a green space, a common green space rather than a street, and we provide places for the folks in those units to come outside, get together, gather, sit around the fire, that sort of thing. With regard to the market rate apartments that were largely in this area in the original plan, in the modified plan, they've moved up closer to the interchange and the number has decreased 40%, changing from 334 down to 200 units. Another issue we heard in the public comments was the amount of commercial space, particularly the large grocery store. Our modified plan would eliminate the grocer, which reduces the overall commercial space in the project by a little over 50%. The large grocer, the grocer that several of the grocer vendors build today, Harris Teeter and Publix and so on, those are about a 64,000 square foot store. So when you eliminate that, that's a significant change. And as a summary of the changes and traffic impacts, the reduction in overall housing density combined with that change in the commercial space results in a 32% decrease in the overall daily traffic trips from the site compared to our original proposal. So essentially that's a 1/3 decrease in the traffic that the new project would generate. This is an illustration of the original plan. Peter discussed the one on the left here as the original plan, and to the right is the modified plan that reflects the changes I've just described. So I want to take just a moment and step through some of the architectural illustrations to look at what the buildings and the homes might look like. You can see these are the single family homes that I talked about being along the western edge. So this area along this street, these are the single family homes that we would expect David Weekley Homes to construct. Whoop. And here are the townhomes that David Weekley would utilize in the area that we looked at a few moments ago, right in this area. the single family detached adult, active adult cottages. These are, again, these are single family detached homes. They're smaller in nature. They're one story, but they're arranged around a green space rather than fronting on the street. The for rent active adult apartments. This is the building where those in the 55 plus active adult village wish to be in an apartment style building rather than a single home. This structure would be that opportunity. And this structure fronts on the village park on one side, and on the other side would be adjacent to the wellness center, which would be where the wellness activities, cooking classes, yoga classes, swimming, those type of activities that Peter mentioned earlier. This shows one of the buildings in the market rate apartments buildings over towards I-485. An example of the for rent townhomes next to the apartments over by 485. Here you see the rendering of the park, the village park, providing a public gathering space, a pavilion structure for community events, and common space for the adjoining restaurants, retail, and small open space. You can see these buildings are intended to be small offices or small retail shops, along with restaurants and taverns, that sort of thing. Outdoor dining. This building actually depicts outdoor dining on 2 levels overlooking the park. And the pavilion in the park is an opportunity for a small concert or use a TV screen on Saturday afternoon to play the college football game, so people can come out and watch that together. Just an opportunity for people to come together and gather and socialize. And just a quick look at some of the elevations of those buildings that would be surrounding that park space. And with that, I'll go back to Peter.
I do have a question before we go back to Peter, if I could. The 32% reduction in traffic, has that been verified by, how did you determine that?
I got that statistic from Kimley Horn this
Okay,
afternoon,
all right.
that they have begun the revision of the traffic study. And so I asked them that question, and the answer was 32%.
Very good, thank you.
So maybe to wrap up, I think just a couple of points that we'd like to go back through. As you can see, our plan very much conforms with the Eastern Gateway Plan. In fact, a lot of our plan and planning principles align very well with the Matthews Vision Plan and the best practices that your staff outlined earlier this evening. The density, as shown on our plan, interestingly enough, the density in the apartment section is less than the density in the last 5 zoning petitions approved in Matthews. We're at about 13, 11? 13, roughly. Yeah, roughly 13 units per acre. Most of the petitions approved in the Matthews community exceed that. We want to follow your guidelines. We want to be part of Matthews. We want to make a positive commitment to your community, and just to maybe highlight the benefits of this plan and some of the community assets it will deliver. We are consistent with and in alignment with your gateway plan. This will be a wellness focused community. I think that's something that will help attract residents and businesses to Matthews. The 82 acres assembled from 4 different owners is a very unique opportunity to come up with a comprehensive plan. That doesn't happen that often versus a piecemeal approach to the development. The modified plan has significantly more for sale housing. We have a commitment in our plan for that to be for sale housing adjacent to the neighborhood. As mentioned in the gateway plan, we've got a mix of residential offerings. We have office, retail, community gathering spaces, all the ingredients that have been outlined and components that have been outlined by your staff. The plan makes significant infrastructure improvements, and you have our commitment that we're going to work with NCDOT to accelerate the roundabout construction. We've had discussions with the division office about a reimbursement plan, just like we utilized in another community in North Carolina, where we funded those improvements and the DOT paid us back at a later date. So our program provides the opportunity to get the road improvements sooner, including the widening of Idlewild Road to 4 lanes. Jim's outlined the gathering spaces. No need to go back through that. I would say the emphasis on walkability is a major part of what our plan offers to the community. And the multimodal path, which I'm not sure we touched on, would go along the realigned Stallings Road and Idlewild Road. That's a 10-foot wide path that we would build at our cost to provide more connectivity and an enhanced pedestrian experience. So that again is delivered as part of our program. We also would have 5% of the apartment units at 80% of AMI with a 10-year commitment to keep those units affordable. And I think, one of the things that our team prides themselves on is really thoughtful architecture and design. We have submitted already with our first petition a complete pattern book that shows all the buildings and the design that would be incorporated with each different residential offering. Still some time there for comment and more work on that to really make sure it meets your expectations. So, we believe this project would be a community asset for Matthews. We believe very strongly that we're the right team to do it. We're here, we're local. We stand behind what we do. We have a very long track record for developing communities in the Carolinas, and we will do a good job. So I would say with that, maybe we would just mention one thing that's bothered me just a little bit, is the fact that we chose the name Sante Matthews and certainly didn't mean to infringe on, I believe it's Mr. and Miss Reed who own the very nice restaurant in Matthews. So if we're fortunate enough to get approval, we will change the name of the project. We did not mean to, create any inconvenience for those folks and for their business. So I think with that, we would like to ask that the council mayor continue the public hearing to the next meeting so we can continue to work with your staff and stakeholders on the plan and get into further details. And I think we can stop there and maybe see if there are questions.
All right. Are there any questions for any of the elected leaders? Commissioner Garner.
First, I want to thank you for going and volunteering a 10-year commitment at 80% AMI for when affordability gets mentioned in the public, it sometimes creates confusion. So if you could clarify a little bit about what 80% AMI looks like, or if we could ask staff to do that, so that we all have a good picture of what that means.
Jay, you want to take that? No? Sorry. Tom, you want to take that? Okay.
I'm sorry, you wanted me to explain the affordability commitment and what we're looking for?
No, just a little bit about what 80% AMI looks like. As far as I know that my family does not meet the 80% AMI criteria. We come in below that threshold. So when we're talking about affordability and affordable units, some people have apprehension of that. And so I'd like to sort of paint a bigger picture of what that income bracket is or what it looks like.
So sure, AMI is short for area median income. So it's an indicator of your household's income. It's usually expressed between household, a single person or up to 4 individuals. So the number graduates a little higher as you go up to a family of 4. And I'm sorry if somebody can lend me a hand here. I think for a family of 4, does anybody have, I don't have that.
I happen to have it. A family of 4, 80% of area median income is $75,000, $350,000 annually within all of Mecklenburg County.
So some of the struggles we're having, and you all have probably seen this in the news, is home values have skyrocketed. people can't afford to come to Matthews. We had a meeting on Saturday to discuss affordable housing. We only have 7, as of Saturday, I think we had about 7 available homes for sale under the $400,000 price point. So it's something that we are cognizant of. I don't know our percentage of our staff that didn't even, we've got staff that don't qualify for to even buy a Habitat house. You know, we were talking about our pay plan when some of you walked in earlier this morning. So that conversation about affordability, it's a tough one. It's a complicated one. So these are issues that we continue to work on townwide.
And so the rental, to be clear, the rental would be less than 30% of that 80% AMI. Is that correct?
Right. It would be restricting a 10% of those total units to those making at that 80% range or less, not at 100% of AMI, which would be the salary in Mecklenburg County.
All right. Thank you. Other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Urban.
So I think the question was continuing the public hearing. I think that's an absolute yes, because this is the first I've seen of this material. Normally it's queued up in front of us a little ahead of time to start reviewing and talk to you about it. So I haven't been able to take a good whack at it in terms of, you know, the architecture and the planning and asking some really in deep questions. I will tell you, Pete, that I don't want to see any snout houses. So start working on that right now. Whether it's all residential or not, the snout house is kind of a non-starter for me. So you got to figure out how to decorate it or work around it. But
excuse me, Commissioner Urban, do you want to identify that for those?
that's the two-car garage that is more prominent than the rest of the facade. You know, it's right up there with the front of the facade. You can't miss it. That's the proverbial snout house. But I think I did some math on the RVS issue to sort of relieve Jay of the R15 aspect of it. The RVS can actually be a higher density than the R15. So what I would like to see as a commissioner, and I'm sure David Gardner and Cress Query in the audience, whatever that team was from the neighborhood, I act like a judge here, is I want to remand you back to talk to Pete again, because you're going to be north slightly of 300 dwelling units in a sort of by right scenario of single family homes. If you develop the 42 acres as RVS, which includes townhomes and other mixtures, so you get a higher density there. The R15 gives you 2.5 units per acre roughly. So this 125 versus 600, you came off the 600 or whatever that number was. 125, you're going to have to come off of that aspect of it. But I'd like to remind you both to go back into the room and talk about this new plan a little bit and what are the pros and cons from that aspect of it. Because if you do all single family homes, first of all, you will not get to an affordability component unless those homes are very, very small. Second of all, you will not get to a green space component, because a single family home developer, as we all know, will pretty much clear cut everything to make it work, to max it out. So the benefits that staff rightly is bringing to the table of the missing middle and the best practices are over here. And then of course, everybody has their single family home and likes it too. We have to work to find some common ground here. Now it may end up everybody walks away and nothing happens. But I think in light of the changes that you've made, in light of the presentation, I can't, you know, I know some people in the room are going to say, well, heck no, nothing's going to happen there. I just want it to be green. If you want it as park space or open space, folks, get together, combine your checks, write a big check, and we'll make it happen. But that's probably not going to happen. So we have to look for that balance. And that's what it's all about. I mean, I think about my children. My daughter doesn't live like we live. My grandchild surely isn't going to live like my daughter lives in terms of where they want to live and how they want to live. And we want to continue Matthews to be thriving. We have to be diverse in that aspect of things. So we can't just be all single family homes on 1 acre lots. And it's at 45, if we think about it, just in basic logic, would you not want to put, and I don't want to get into the density issue because people say high density. Well, what is high density? I don't think you know. Wouldn't you put those things and those vehicular demands and the higher density closer to the intersection of 45 to get them out fast? And then you teeter down. And, you know, so would you not, and you don't have to do apartments, you can do townhomes, you can do duplexes, you can do triplexes, et cetera. But would you not use that as an opportunity to go from higher to lower and create the buffer that you're talking about that makes the most sense and accommodates all demographics, all diversity types of housing? Now, some people say, no, I don't want to go there. That's fine. But the town has to be cognizant of all the other players that are moving to town, all the other families that want their kids to live here and their grandkids to live here that can't find the kind of housing or feel safe that they can walk to a restaurant or something like that and just have some neighborhood services. The deletion of the grocery store, that's fine. We're so car centric. Renee will talk about this all day long. This type of project begins to sort of chip away at those things to help us. So I would just like to see you go back into the closed doors, talk about it. We extend the public hearing so the board can talk about it and we just continue moving forward. And I'm here as long as you want to be. If you want to spend the next 9 months whacking away at it, that's fine by me. You may not be wanting to do that, but as long as the ball's moving forward and we have some movement, I'm willing to continue to talk about it. But I want to make sure the neighborhood is engaged as well. Thank you.
Would you care to respond to Commissioner Urban's comments? Okay.
All good points. I think we have to go back with David Weekly and talk about the housing some more. The thing that we would ask is, let's have those discussions with your staff, with those of you who want to attend, and let's continue the dialogue. The plan we presented tonight is a bubble plan. It doesn't have the level of detail we normally would present. However, in order to make changes on the density and incorporate the new transportation network, and a lot of the input we heard at the public hearing, that's as far as we could go in this amount of time. So glad to continue that dialogue. We can't indefinitely hold control of the property together. There are, sellers have different objectives, but we're as committed as you are to a very good plan. It would just be nice to have more people in the room and understand the broader objectives.
Well, and I'll just follow up on that. Now we can have that because I know that the public gets a little incensed that the board doesn't get involved and engaged. We really aren't supposed to until this night. Now the vehicle is out there, the medium's out there, et cetera. So now we can start talking about it and engage it. We can engage with the public more about our thoughts. And I'm more than happy to anybody in this room want to sit down with me. It might be a big room and Pete Pappas and talk about these things. I don't have a problem with that. That's where we're at right now. But I'm hoping between your delegated members of the community and Mr. Pappas's crew, you can continue to work together and talk these things through. It may not work out, granted, but this is what it's all about. Thank you.
Commissioner Tufano.
Yes, first I have a procedural question. If we continue this, these people in the audience will still have an opportunity to comment tonight, won't they?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Two glaring things, Mr. Pappas, that came out when I'm viewing this. I personally, of course, we all have our personal tastes and our personal opinions, and so I'm going to express mine, is that there's not enough green space in this massive complex. Secondly, with the exception of the very first presentation that or the very first rendering of the home, there are no porches. There's no, what did you call them, Mr. Commissioner? Snout house? Okay. Well, if anybody's snouts, it's me. So I would say it's a snout house. Okay. Yep, exactly. And personally, if we're looking for a sense of community, to come to each other's homes, sit out, relax, enjoy each other, space, have a nice porch. This little area down here at the bottom that you have highlighted. There's great opportunities here for green space. I mean, that the left. You have issues because there's a growth touched.
Commissioner, I think you're referring to this area here.
That is
This,
correct.
this buffer is between 100 and 200 feet off of the property lines here. And I think your comment about gathering areas is a very good one. And as we get into the details of laying this area out, I think we can incorporate some of those. The thing that I would just for the record respond to is that our open space far exceeds the requirements. And I think the real mission should be to get very good open space and not just a lot of it, but really high quality open space in the right place. So there's a lot more work we can do there. It's a good comment. We're ready to take that on. We do have, one of these elevations with the front porch to the far left. There we go. And, that's a different, certainly a nice elevation, and we plan to incorporate that. Yes. Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
Other comments from this board? I'd like to say a few comments. One, regardless of where you stand on this particular development, I encourage you to maybe take a drive on the weekend to Birkdale Village or over by South Park and look at some of the developments Mr. Pappas has done, because they really are of exceptional quality. Maybe they're denser than you prefer, but they're very, very well done. And particularly Birkdale Village is a model community that's been recognized nationally as a very well done neighborhood. I'm in agreement that we probably should continue this and allow the Pappas team to continue to work with the neighbors to maybe continue to work out some of the issues that you might have. I would like to ask the planning board members that are here if any of you have a question or comment. Mike, any of your group got anything? Our outgoing chair, Shirley, you've got a question?
Questions related to the movement of Stallings Road. It seemed like during some of the earlier discussion, I think Jay had mentioned, I don't know if it was very difficult to move, impossible to move, DOT wouldn't allow a new connection. But in your plan, you have moving Stallings Road. Now, I'm assuming that's moving it onto your property, which would simplify everything.
Yes, that's right. When we were able to add the Silver Oaks property to the overall assemblage, that gives us the opportunity to reroute Stallings Road more to the west. And originally we had proposed to move it enough to get to Hooks. And what we now are proposing is to move it a little further west, which brings it in line with Davis Trace. And if the state were to do that on their own, they would have to acquire that right of way from whoever owned the land.
So it's much easier for you because it's your property.
Yes.
And DOT would not have a problem with you tying in onto Idlewild at different locations.
We don't believe so, no. We're already talking with them about that, along with the town engineer.
Great, thanks.
Could I just add one other comment to that?
Absolutely, sure.
You can't really see it well. Let me see if I can get back to that transportation map, Jim. But by incorporating the roundabout all on our property, we're able to pull it south, which creates a little more buffer between the existing neighborhood. So there's, more flexibility by incorporating it on our site.
Mr. Tufano?
Yes. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. At the meeting that was just held this last Saturday down at Phillips Place in Hampton Green, I attended that. And one of the residents on the Mint Hill side was lamenting that there was going to be a substantial amount of their front area of their land that was going to be taken by the road. But I just heard earlier today or earlier in this meeting that there was not going to be any right-of-way issues because of the new road. I'm a little confused about that.
Well, to the point Peter just made, we are proposing that any additional right-of-way necessary for the widening of Idlewild and the construction of the roundabout would be taken from the south side of the existing road, from the development site, which should eliminate any need to take any property from the north side.
Okay, so the people Davis Trace in that area there were talking to me about the fact that they were going to lose some of their land for this. So I think that needs to be made clear that that's not going to happen, correct?
Well, it's a reasonable assumption to, if you look at the existing intersection and you say we're going to put this big circle right down on the existing intersection, it would be very reasonable to assume that's going to encroach into the Davis Trace side of the roadway. So the point we're making is we're offering to the state enough right of way to the south so that it can all shift south and thereby not require any right of way from the north.
So if I may ask the clarification on this, what I'm hearing is that according to your plan, the only thing that would take right away from the north side would be the roundabout. Is that correct? Or are you saying none of it would?
I'm saying we don't believe any of it would.
Okay, well, then the residents of Mint Hill that expressed that, I think, need to be
Well, one of those folks on Saturday mentioned that to me and mentioned that they had talked to someone with the NCDOT that I think told them that. So I don't know the background of that.
Okay,
that conversation, but
I just wanted to get it out in the public in case there was any misconception about that. Okay, thank you.
All right. Do we have any other comments or questions from the planning board? Now we can move on to comments from the public. Again, I will ask you to please be respectful of your neighbors. Keep your comments brief. There's a lot of people here that want to speak tonight. I have a list of folks that have signed up to speak. Right. Yes, I will remind you, as the attorney just reminded me, that if number one, if you spoke at our November 14th public hearing, you were asked to refrain from speaking again tonight. And if you speak tonight, would ask you to refrain from speaking going further, and this probably is going to be continued. So if you wish to hold your comments to a later date, you can. That being said, I'll call names from this list, and anybody that hasn't signed up, if you want to speak, you can also line up and we'll allow you to speak as well. So we'll start with Edward Carrington. Although you signed up with your address, just for the record, if you could say your name and address, please.
Yes. My name is Edward Carrington. I live at 2211 Citation Court, and that's in the Windrow Estates community. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Edward Carrington. My wife and I live at 2211 Citation Court, Matthews, North Carolina. My wife's family has owned this home since 1983 in the wonderful community of Windrow Estates, where great neighbors have made this the jewel of Mecklenburg County. We understand that being a government official is a thankless job, as many times there are more complaints than pats on the back. The Eastern Gateway Plan, or Santee Village zone change to multi-use, would prove harmful to every aspect of the quality of life we know and love in Matthews. Just by reading the zoning change request application with the Pappas Group, this dense construction zoning change to multi-use will, number one, reduce congestion by overpopulating a small area, which adds more lanes rather than fixing the traffic flow. This will also bottleneck Phillips Road from Stallings to Highway 51. It was also stated that there will be easy access to walk or bike to Stevens Creek Nature Preserve. These bikes or bikers or walkers cross Idlewild. A bridge, a tunnel, or a traffic circle that's proposed, this will be very unsafe. Example, the Person Horsley Park trails are still not big enough to let bikers or walkers pass, nor are the trails marked adequately. Windrow Estates is left to build a fence to prevent liability from trespassers from this trail into our lake area. Why would a town not protect one of their communities, leaving them to control a town-owned property? Environmental concerns. Step 2. The Pappas Group stated that the state-of-the-art stormwater filtration system, excuse me, No, I did have. But they stated that the state-of-the-art stormwater filtration system would complement this planned site. But the buffers for the planned site does not meet the town of Matthews ordinance of stormwater. And along those same lines, our stormwater administrator nor our town manager should approve this stormwater permit. This stormwater permit can be viewed by the Department of Environmental Quality. And if it's found deemed that it fails, it can be cited and it can be fined as such. What I'm asking for is for the town and the high district development for the Yadkin watershed, all buffers should be met with this, cannot be met within this footprint. A permit should not be granted, as I stated, by the stormwater administrator or the town manager. All violations will be reported to the NCDEQ Department of Environmental Quality, as they do have jurisdiction over taxpayer money used for permits. We, the residents of Matthews, are fighting for our water quality, and this is very real. This beautiful piece of property has heritage trees, as Matthews understands with their beautification project, are recognized by the state of North Carolina as some of our oldest county's trees. There are real baby makers of the forest that are on these parcels, especially 215, 4108, and 4109. Global warming prevents new trees from reaching maturity of these important heritage trees that scrub the atmosphere of pollution while providing oxygen. Mr. Pappas, please do not cut down these trees. They should be protected as not only a legacy to Matthews, but also as a legacy for yourself and future generations. To the town of Matthews, please vote down this multi-use rezone. This would be another prime example like the Cornelius Burkdale Village failure. I don't know if you're familiar with that as far as a business park laid right on top of these residents that are very unhappy there. Thank you for everyone's time and important decision for the future of Matthews, North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Carrington. The next person that signed up was Gerard Murphy.
Good evening. My name is Gerard Murphy. For my sins, I live in the same cul-de-sac as Mr. Carrington. We have not colluded in any way whatsoever. I was told by the legal representative at the last meeting that I could speak the unspeakable, but I've decided to follow the advice of a very great hero of mine, Willie Wittgenstein. He said, "Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must remain silent." So I won't speak the unspeakable. First of all, I would like to thank the board. I would like to thank Mr. Pappas for coming down here and actually explaining what they've got planned. Okay? There's a lot of soft words, multinodal transportation. I don't see any of that there. And by the way, roundabouts do work. And Mr. Pappas is right. They are safe. They do keep, traffic moving. And you, sir, were in the highway patrol. They keep them moving safely. Now, there is one part of infrastructure which is in place, and that's a hospital. I don't know if it's a trauma 1, 2, or 3, but with the density and the volume of traffic, with all the developments going on in a very close area, there are going to be problems, there are going to be accidents. And I'm sure you've seen the results of accidents. I have as well. I used to be an ER nurse. Okay? It's not all soft words and stuff. there are realities and we have responsibilities. We keep hearing community. This is a community. This is a community. Stallings is a community. The overall picture, there is a need for affordable housing. There is a need for affordable rental housing. Okay? But at 75 grand, you know, maybe that affordable rental housing should be made available to people with a lesser AMI. That's just a question that or a suggestion. I feel that there has been a lot of information tonight. I'm very confused, but I do have to thank the board and Mr. Pappas. At least the information being planned. We're talking and we're trying. And I would like to ask these people to give everybody a sign of their appreciation.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. All right, next up that we have signed up is Mr. Bill Barnes.
Hello, my name is Bill Barnes. This is my wife, Charlotte. We live at 14238 Honeysuckle Ridge in Matthews. And we have owned our property in the Springwater subdivision off Idlewild Road since June of 1975. Our land used to back up to what I would call a horse farm. At least they had a few horses and a couple of donkeys. We enjoyed hearing the whinnying and the braying in the distance, along with whoever the person was that occasionally played a bagpipe. There was also a pond on the property, so we got to watch the Canada geese as they flew in a V formation over our home on their way to the lake in Windrow. Sadly, those days are gone now, replaced by a proposal that we feel is totally misguided. A plan to build a town within 100 feet of our property, a town called Sante Matthews. Excuse my eyes. At the November town meeting, some of the neighbors eloquently voiced their concerns about traffic, the lack of infrastructure, and high-density development versus single-family homes. I'm concerned about all of that as well, but I'm also concerned about the real potential for groundwater pollution, since we still have residents in the area that are on wells. I'm also concerned about air pollution, noise pollution, light pollution, plus the likely loss of many of, if not all of our beautiful old trees that currently line the creek that flows 100 feet from our property. And I'm very concerned about the loss of habitat for wildlife. With the building of Sante Matthews, wildlife that already has too few places to go for refuge. Sante Matthews will only make things worse, forcing these creatures to live even closer to the fearful human population that in general has little concern for their well-being. We stand here tonight to voice our strong opposition to Sante Matthews Pappas Properties plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Barnes. Next up, we have Pam Phillips.
My name is Pam Phillips. I live at 14625 Barney Drive, the famous Barney Drive you all have been hearing about. And I also own a home at 13525 Idlefield Lane in on Matthews, North Carolina. The first thing I wanted to say is thank you. Thank you for listening to our side of Idlewild. We appreciate it that you are giving us a voice. We appreciate it that you want to hear from us. I wanted to say to you that why is everybody here tonight? We are all here because we are all a community. Both sides of Idlewild are one strong community. I lived for 14 years in Windrow. I made endearing friends in Windrow. And then when I decided to move, I moved over to the other side of Idlewild and built a home over there. There's people in this sitting here right now that I can show you that lived in the same neighborhood I live in now, who have built a home in Epcon, or the new neighborhood name that they've built, or they have now bought a home in Brooks Knoll. So people from this area, they have lived here for generations. Some of them have even, their parents have given them their homes, or they're living beside their parents. But I can tell you, most of these people haven't moved too far away. We have stayed here. We've developed a very tight-knit community. This is being, when we first went to Windrow and listened to Mr. Pappas's introduction to what he was doing, he addressed Matthews as a community. And I raised my hand and I said, sir, we are a community. Both sides of Idlewild are a community. Please look at all of us as one united front here. In describing this, he has continued to call this a community, but this needs to be part of this, because we welcome more community. But this right here is, in fact, I've got just one thing to show you. From 485 on both sides of Idlewild to 51, we're approximately 600 homes on 700 acres. If this project here moves forward, this separate community from our community, we will become 1,300 homes on the same acreage. This destroys the community that we have had spending a lifetime building. I also don't understand, maybe somebody here, and I don't mean rhetorically to explain to me how what was proposed can't be built due to elevations and such, but this many homes could be built in that same area. That's kind of confusing to me. There's been no preparation on Idlewild Road to prepare for this influx of homes and this amount of traffic. One thing about roundabouts that she spoke of, and several have, they've said that roundabouts move traffic. That's a good thing. But the bad thing about a roundabout is that it moves traffic. When I say that, what I'm saying is this: we have noticed with the more and more traffic that is coming on Idlewild Road. I'm sorry, sometimes I say Idlefield because I own a home on Idlefield as well. So I'm sorry, but the more traffic that's coming on Idlewild Road, because of the roundabout at 51, it backs us up. Now the traffic on any given day will back up past Windrow. Once you put a roundabout in front of Davis Trace, you're going to literally back those two up to where it's just going to be gridlocked the entire road of Idlewild at any given time. Anyways, I'd like to address one thing since we're talking about that roundabout. It seems like what I've heard permeated through this whole night is Davis Trace. We're just going to put a roundabout in front of Davis Trace. I don't live in that neighborhood. I live in the neighborhood beside it. But Davis Trace is not a road, just some road out there. That's a neighborhood road. Those are neighbors that live in there. That's a whole neighborhood. So what is being proposed is this, and I don't know if you all fully envision this. You have Stillwell Place, then you have Davis Trace, then you have Brooks Knoll behind it. These are all neighborhoods, Brooks Knoll behind it. Then you have Epcon, then you have all of Hooks Road. Then you have the people who are coming in and out of the nature preserve that come from the back entrance of it, that have parked on Hooks Road and in the little section off of Hooks Road, and they're all walking there. All of us now will have to go through these families' neighborhood. to get in and out of our of all of our neighborhoods. That's unconscionable. Would you want all those other neighborhoods coming in and out of yours with no other way to do it? That's what we're told. We've been told kind of back and forth as to whether or not Barney Drive will have a no left turn. And we're being told maybe we will, but how would we use it? We're sitting right on a roundabout within feet of it. So we will have a no left turn, but we can get out right. But you're not giving us a merging lane. So we're going to come straight out of our Barney Drive at a stop. You go up and you stop, and then you expect us to come out. That's not how roundabouts work. You're supposed to merge into them. You're supposed to do this like yield thing. But we have a stop sign because that's the law. So we stop at the end of our neighborhood, and then we're supposed to come out. That's a rear end. Reverend Whitley, you probably know this is a rear end waiting to happen to any of us that are coming out of there. That's just something else that I think you all ought to really think about when you think about this roundabout being placed right at, I know of no other place that there's a roundabout in the direct front entrance of a neighborhood. Once again, I say to you, we welcome community. We want community. I know that this walkability thing that we keep hearing about, where are these people in Sante Matthews going to walk to? I mean, it's just a whole lot of walking. There's no, I just keep hearing walking. I was invited to the brunch that the developer had, and I chose not to go to that because let me tell you why. And then I'll end with this. There is, when you go to South Park, we were supposed to go over there to look at what he builds. But when you get there, let's peel away some things. That neighborhood, Phillips Place, sits on a very developed road system. We don't have that. So let's peel that away. It also has beautiful fountains. Let's not going to have that. It has it has restoration hardware, very upscale, these very upscale eateries, the Palm. We're not going to have that. When you peel away everything, swimming pool, tennis courts, none of that is out here. These people are not playing tennis, they're walking around, or maybe bicycling. But when you peel away all of that, what you have left is an apartment. That's what we're going to have, and packed in apartments and packed in homes. And that's it. I know Mr. Sante did say that he wanted it walkability to our neighborhood. We wanted some way for us to be able to come over there. Well, I'm here to tell you, last week, a deer tried that, and he died on your property, and they took him away yesterday. It's not going to be, if a deer can't do it, we can't do it. We can't walk over there. There's a roundabout right there. It would be like trying to walk from Idlewild over to Hood's Crossroads to eat. We can't do that. You just simply can't. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Next up is Mike Click.
My name is Mike Click. I live at 14307 Brooks Knoll Lane, which is in the Villas of Brooks Knoll in Davis Trace. Mr. Mayor and Town Commissioners, I appreciate you taking the time to listen to us. And I'm not here tonight to ask you to compromise or to try to negotiate in any way. I'm here to ask you to vote no on any zone changes that will reduce what is currently approved for that area, whether it's 127, 130, whatever the number is. I didn't hear a good number tonight. And I would like to tell you a couple of reasons why. One thing that hasn't been mentioned. We talk about the roundabout being nice, the widening of Idlewild Road, but that's only on the property for this new development. What happens when all the people that are going to be living in this development don't walk, but have to go to work? They're going to drive their cars. What happens between this development and Hood's Crossing, where it's only going to be a 2-lane road? You're going to have a bottleneck. And that area is going to become a bottleneck. It's just going to be a parking lot. The roads are not going to change going the other way, going towards Stallings or any of the other small towns. And during work time, if they try to get out on 485, it's already stopped during work time. So it's pretty complicated. I understand that. And there's a lot of talk about what the Department of Transportation is going to do, but when are they going to do it? When are they going to fix these roads? As I mentioned in a letter to you all earlier, Mecklenburg County is not noted for planning roads for the developments that are going to take place. That's one thing. Another thing I'd like to mention is that my son bought a home in a development in Raleigh. It was similar to what is being proposed here. The name of it was Renaissance Park. But due to economics, lack of interest by businesses, by restaurants, and anybody else other than homeowners, there was no interest. So now what is happening on the land that was designated for that, high-rise apartments are going in. And that was a request to the city to make a change. So how do you know that you're not going to get a request for a change after you approve this property to be rezoned? You don't. You don't really know. Just look at the changes and how quick they can be made. Look at the changes in the last month. From what they said, no grocery store, no service station. They just disappear at the whim of who and why. Other things will come about. Economics will change. Requests will change. People will change. Probably some people here will change during the period of time that that construction goes on. So please think about the possibility of what can change between the time you approve it and the final product is developed. I heard you tonight discussing a proposed increase for your police department. I'm sure that this is going to increase the amount of taxes that you have for your city if this is built. Just don't forget one thing. There's going to be a lot more people, a lot more traffic accidents, more emergencies, more crime, more drugs, and more homelessness, which always seems to take up any excess money that the citizens, that the city takes in from taxes. Just don't forget that. You will spend it somehow. Finally, I heard a lot of words like proposal, in the future, and we don't know. So I believe that there's too many unknowns for you to agree to this at this point in time. I'm sure I haven't thought of all the negatives, but I believe if you take a hard look at this and listen to the people of these neighborhoods, that you too will come to the conclusion that this is not something that would be good for your city or its people. I know I'm repeating myself, but the majority of the people in my neighborhood pray that you will vote no to any changes in zoning and let the property be developed as it is zoned now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Click. My good friend Brad Simmons, Mayor of Mint Hill, said I better allow you Mint Hill folks to speak over here, so. Next up is R.E. Hammond. Okay, no problem. Teresa Hammonds. Howard Colquist. Jean Lindsay.
Hello, my name is Jeannie Lindsay. I'm at 5639 Anglesey Court in Stallings with a Matthews address. I'm in the Union County side of Shanamara. I appreciate the town of Matthews having a public discussion at the rezoning stage for this property. In contrast, the town of Stallings held a mass rezoning a few years ago without giving proper notice to the residents. This catastrophic rezoning of multiple large properties was the green light for developers to very quickly put in applications, getting their feet in the door before Stallings adjusted their ordinances. A few lawsuits and several resignations and one firing later, Stallings has been bombarded with by right high-density projects while the town has minimal negotiating power. Settling lawsuits out of court hasn't resolved the rezoning issue or determined which documents have the most power, whether it's the zoning or the ordinance documents. I'm hopeful that Matthews has these in sync. Aside from being cautionary, the relevance to tonight's discussion, Stallings has approved 2 large mixed-use developments on Idlewild Road, plus the expansion of the industry Northeast Tool, also on Idlewild Road. The 2 developments include high-density apartments and townhomes totaling over 1,000 new families relocating between 485 and Stevens Mill Road, plus commercial businesses. All of these have their driveways entering and exiting cars, industrial trucks, and school buses only on Idlewild Road. Tonight, as we speak, Stallings discusses the details of a by right grocery store complex with out parcels at the corner of Idlewild and Stevens Mill Road adjacent to homes. So some of these projects include, I guess, Stinson Farms will include some commercial, which might give people the shops and the dining that people are looking for. But the projected growth warrants no other option than 6 lanes with Michigan left turns on Idlewild Road, according to NCDOT. But those 6 lanes would quickly bottleneck down to 2 lanes, which is part of why Stallings decided against that. Aside from, as you mentioned earlier, not wanting the town broken up by 6 lanes and having to deal with those Michigan left turns. That's already the projected growth before inviting more growth. I say this to point out that I feel that the large developers have been steamrolling our small towns. Meanwhile, lobbyists have pushed our state representatives for laws that favor rampant overdevelopment, including repealing our ability to issue necessary moratoria on growth. Similar to the Renaissance Village that was just mentioned by the gentleman, the Idlewild Village development plan for behind Harris Teeter on Idlewild in Stallings was proposed to Stallings with commercial aspects, but the plan was sold before breaking ground, and the current plan does not seem to have any commercial on it, if anyone wants to see that. So once it's rezoned, the property could be sold, and then you really don't know for sure what's going to be built, regardless of the promises that are made. Adding insult to injury, corporations are now bundling housing rents into securities the same way that mortgages were bundled before the housing crash. Rents and frivolous fees are continuously raised until people are forced to forfeit their deposits and move. Local and national consequences of corporations having this stranglehold include unaffordable housing costs in the whole surrounding area, a cycle that prevents home ownership, and a lack of stability for communities. This corporate greed is especially affecting children who are uprooted, overcrowded, and redistricted in schools, and folks who can't afford to retire. We need a better vision for the sustainability of our region. We also need more careful consideration of the inevitable endpoint of our limits being reached. In my opinion, we have already exceeded our carrying capacity for our schools, roads, emergency services, and our loss of trees that make the Carolinas feel like home. The head spinning growth in our region is irreversibly changing the nature of our beautiful state. Better than high density or even any residential would be something beneficial to the local residents, or that would give people something for people outside of our area a reason to visit here. Missing in this immediate area, for example, would be a museum, a YMCA, a nursing home. Already needed and looking for land in this area is also a new charter high school. They're actively looking for land. These would be much more appropriate uses of a large piece of land like this, rather than inviting more residents and causing more problems. I strongly urge this commission to prioritize representing the residents and to vote against this rezoning tonight or soon, with the hopes of leaving some land for the wants and needs of the next generation. I do appreciate your time and your service to our town and to our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Next up, we have Peggy Henderson.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Peggy Henderson. I live at 137 Dunraven Court in the Shanamara subdivision, Stallings. Land conservation would be at the top of my list of appropriate uses for this beautiful wooded land, because we cannot retrieve the vast amount of land we are losing to development regionally. The resulting species decline is overwhelming. When we lose trees, our temperatures rise significantly. There is currently as much as a 12-degree difference between neighboring areas with and without trees. Children and elderly experience high rates of asthma with the added pollution of development. I would rather see this land with its heritage trees and wildlife preserved as it is. Development is detrimental to the quality of life here on many levels, including schools, cost of services, roads, health, and wildlife. Overdevelopment will have generational impacts. The rights of landowners need to be balanced with responsibility of our leaders to the future 7 generations, as the Chinese say, I believe. I have a quote from one of our state documents that I would like to read. It shall be the policy of this state to conserve and protect its lands and waters for the benefit of all its citizenry, and to this end, it shall be a proper function of the state of North Carolina and its political subdivisions to acquire and preserve park, recreational, and scenic areas, to control and limit the pollution of our air and water, to control excessive noise, and in every other appropriate way to preserve as a part of the common heritage of this state, its forests, wetlands, estuaries, beaches, historical sites, open lands, and places of beauty. This is not a quote from an environmentalist, a naturalist, or a scientist. The statement comes directly from the North Carolina Constitution, Article 14, Section 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. Next up, we have Aramia Wright.
Good evening. My name is Arsenia Wright. I live in 5645 Shanamara, Anglesey Court in Shanamara. Commissioners of the city of Charlotte are trying to figure it out how to fight the problem of corporate-owned homes. I'm a real estate agent. I'm supposed to be happy to know that it's coming more to sell, right? But over the last 2 quarters, the corporate are the ones owning homes. Over the last 2 quarters, 30% of all homes sold in Charlotte went to investors. There are currently about 13,600 corporate-owned homes in Mecklenburg County. This is a national problem preventing families from owning homes and accumulating generational wealth. Matthews is in the position of preventing some of these crises by simply not rezoning. The property being discussed today is not a desirable location for nicer homes. Anyone living within 1 mile of a highway risks major health concerns from the pollution. Where I live in Shanamara, even with a large 3 buffer, the noise from 45 has really increased since the loop was finished a few years ago. Early in the mornings and late at night, we hear racing cars, trucks, and sirens. With the current demand from out-of-state residents, high-density homes will fill up no matter where they're planted. But at what cost to the liability and affordability of the town? I request the town of Matthews maintains the current single-family zoning, and I request more green trees than more green money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Next, we have Leon Threat. Mr. Threat here. I believe I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Okay. Finally, we have Cress Query. Former Matthews Mayor Cress Query.
I want to start with a little bit of history. In 1969, I ran for office in this town because there was an office built across from my house, and I knew that wasn't correct. So in 1974, while I was still mayor, I put into effect the zoning ordinances that this town started with. And that is to protect the homes so that you don't have commercial building across the street from a home. And if you look, and I hate to point out of town, but if you look at Indian Trail was at that time, you may have a car repair and you might have a house. That's not what we need in Matthews. Matthews is a place to live and to raise our families. With that being said, I would like to say that Sante is a large community of houses, apartments, and bungalows. And I don't know what the percentage is now, but it was 75% rental, and I'm going to guess probably 65% now. And that's a guess on my part because we have worked with Sante to try to improve some of this. There's 7 developments being affected by this. 3 or 4 of them in Net Hill, and 3 in Mecklenburg and Matthews. We're all affected the same. And one of the ladies said we're all a community, and we are. We go back and forth across between the two. So we need to protect that. And we need to keep our families as number one. With what is being built there, they have kind of reduced their number of houses to about 500 residents. Then you've got 1,000 residents being built right across 485. They're on one side of 485. Across 485 is another 1,000 being built in Stallings. That's 1,500. That is more than the houses already on Idlewild Road, about 10 times. So where the traffic now backs up a mile, what are we talking about? 10 miles of backup, or you're not going to be able to get out at all? The roundabout that they have proposed is a wonderful thing, I think, if it's in the right place and done right. But the roundabout is only in about 1/4 mile from 485. There's still 1.5 miles of Idlewild that's 2-lane. So that little bit they're doing protects just their development as far as I'm concerned. To get on 485 if they want to, or to clog up Idlewild the other way. The town committed back in 2009 with a lot of discussion to put the plan in a place to build about 150 houses in a little smaller area than what he's got here. He's added probably 30 acres to it, I'm guessing. But we had that many houses in that area, and talking to my other families around the area, we would like to see the same type of development there that we planned. And that one, there was a lot of negotiation, and the border of it is single-family dwellings. And in the center of it, on Stallings Road, was going to be a Belisara type area, which I think addresses the 55 and older if you want to. I don't think the walkability is right, because just like the other lady said, you can't get across Idlewild Road, and that's the first thing you got to do to get to the park roads. I think it's unreasonable the amount we're trying to put in there. I think you're trying to create another little town on the edge of our town, and that's not the right thing to do. We have committed on this council in years gone by, and y'all don't have to honor that, but we had committed that it would be residential all the way to 485. That's why Mint Hill has built what they have. They're almost to 485 on their side already. And Matthews has had 3 or 4 other developers want to buy the land, but the man wouldn't even talk to them. So I don't know how we get that the price is wrong. He was not even available to talk. I appreciate the work y'all do, and I do know it's not an easy job, and I know it's not an easy thing to figure out what's right and what's wrong. But in my opinion, at this point in time, what's being proposed is not right for our area. We need to contain the residential area we've got and continue it, because that's what all of Idlewild is. Another one we considered, and it was unspoken too, is from Matthews, from the high school to Idlewild Road, was committed that there wouldn't be anything but residents involved in there. There'd be no more commercial. We have held to that, and that's working. And I think if we hold to what we had thought in the background of our minds, that this would be a residential area, should be maintained, and I think we should stay with what we've got. I will say that Peter has negotiated with us, and he's cut maybe 50 or 60 residents out of the property at this point in time. And it was myself and Jim Taylor that negotiated with him. And I think that I think he will tell you we sat down anytime he wanted to and talked to him, and we worked at it, but we just haven't gotten there. And I'm not sure we're going to be able to get there with this many rental properties involved in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Query. That's all the folks that signed up. Would anybody else care to speak that's in the audience? Please come forward. State your name and address.
Go ahead. Ginger Monette, 2508 Fitzpatrick Lane, Matthews. I just wanted to speak on behalf of the Heathers. We are not that close, but we are close. And I just want to say too, it just seems like in Matthews, all of a sudden, it's like, if there's land, we must build. And it must be high density. I mean, every time I go on some new road, there's some huge, massive apartment complex. I'm like, I don't even want to live here anymore. What happened to the nice little community? Maybe a lot of people do want to live here. Well, too bad. I mean, do we just because there's land, do we have to build something? So I really appreciate you guys listening. Even if it is a nice development, it's just too many units on too small of a space for a road that just cannot handle that much traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp.
My name is Chip McKenzie, 15129 Castle Bridge Lane in Madison Ridge, off of Stallings Road. My house was the first house that closed in Madison Ridge. So I've seen a lot of changes on Stallings Road, you know, from the school to the bogs, stone mountain to the mountain of dirt bogs built and just about destroyed Stallings Road to, I think that's 23 years, almost 23 years. I've seen probably 30 accidents, people coming out of Stallings Road, turning on the Stallings Road. I saw one person die. And when I saw the plan for a roundabout, to realign Stallings Road and have the traffic circle. I was excited. Like Mr. Urban, I've been on Idlewild Road back to Rice Road, waiting for the traffic, move 100 feet, wait 15 minutes, move another 100 feet. And like Reverend Whitley, it's not great right now, but at least we're moving. And I'm scared to death for my wife to go down to the end of Stallings Road and try to turn on Idlewild. And a traffic circle would make a lot of difference. Now, the guy that was here, the president of the Homeowners Association, he said he wanted to see some raised hands. How many people remember where they were on 9/11? Okay, everybody. And I know y'all didn't raise your hand, but I know you do. I was sitting outside of Burkdale Village in Huntersville, and when my wife called me and said, turn the radio on, and I sat there and listened to it, and I thought, well, so much for Burkdale Village. This is never going to finish. This is never going to go. Things are going down the tubes. And through the Pappas Group, that's a beautiful place. We have friends all over the United States that, I forget about the things that we have here in Charlotte, Matthews, Stallings, and all this area. But a lot of times we take them to Burkdale Village to have dinner just because it's such a nice place to go. And every Wednesday, most every Wednesday, we go to Philip's place to the movie theater. Why do we go there? We could go a lot of different places, but it's safe over there. And because it's, one lady or a guy said about the fountains and the nice shops, it's a great place. And I've looked through the Pappas Group plan, and it's like they got 10-foot sidewalks. Who has 10-foot sidewalks? Nobody that I know of. I think it would be a good deal. And, y'all do whatever you think you need to do, but I think it would be good for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Would anybody else in our audience like to speak? Please come forward, state your name and address, and you can
Good evening. My name is Ed Schweitzer. I live at 2827 Oaklade Court in Matthews. Been a resident of Matthews for about 20 years. I've lived in Charlotte since I was 12, and we moved here in 1960. So I've lived in the Idlewild area since 1984. So I've seen what's happened on Idlewild Road. Well, regardless of what you think about what happens on Idlewild Road, you have an opportunity with this development to fix Stallings Road and help the circulation pattern that already exists there. You have a development that reflects the vision that your staff created. So it's confounding to me as a professional planner. I've been a professional planner for 40 years. To understand that staff has put out a vision. We have a developer that puts out a vision. And frankly, as a professional planner, I expect the board to reinforce that vision. If you decide not to, then you need to tell your staff to do something different, because they're out there telling developers, this is what town of Matthews wants. So what you really need to think about that very hard. Now, as far as the plan goes, Mr. Pappas has done a great number of projects. The gentleman before me said that there's a high quality Burkdale Village, I work with Mr. Pappas on Burkdale Village, and I can tell you that he does quality development. When he says he's going to do a retail restaurant development, he's going to do that. And the walkability of that is important because you have mixture of housing that can walk to that. Where else do you have that along Idlewild Road? You don't. That's what the staff wanted to see. They wanted to see a walkable community, a walkable neighborhood where people could live and walk to different things, restaurants, and like services. So please think about what your staff is sending out to developers and what developers bring to you, and they reflect that vision. What are you going to do about that? Are you going to support it or not? I thank you for your time, and I hope that you will reconsider very carefully in the coming weeks how this plan can work and what things may need to change, what other things can work. But please think about what your staff is doing and what they're telling developers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer.
Good evening. My name is Eric Rudisell. I live at 13618 Andalusian Drive in Matthews, North Carolina. That's in the Windrow Estates development. A lot of things have been covered that I agree with tonight, a few that I don't, but I wanted just to speak to reiterate that regardless of what the plan is, all these other examples of Waverly and Burkdale, they had an existing, at least a 3-lane road with some turn lanes. They had maybe a 4 or 5 lane road, which now has become a 6-lane road. Right in front of this, they can do that, but that bottleneck that's going to be there from 51 to what, Stillwell Place? I mean, how far down are they going to take it? So you're still going to have traffic. That's going to be the main concern. You know, the renderings show a lot of trees. I don't really think there's going to be a lot of trees replaced that can be replaced. The old growth is going to be gone. The canopy is going to be reduced. Another point that we want to talk about is stormwater runoff. There's an existing pond on this property, maybe 2 acres. I don't know the exact size, but we'll call it a 2-acre pond. Well, this gets rid of that. And then you have to put in 4 more ponds to catch all the water that's going to run off of this. Eventually that water's got to go downstream. Do we have enough conveyance underneath 485, or are you going to make a bathtub? You're going to flood people down the hill from this. So there's a lot of things to think about, and I appreciate the back and forth so far, and I would like to be part of it going forward, and I will definitely be here next month to continue this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rudisell.
Troy Minor, 14527 Davis Trace Drive, Mid Hill. Mr. Pappas does make some incredible communities. I don't think anyone doubts the fact that he can make a beautiful community. The problem that I have is that's for people who don't live here, right? My concern is for the people who currently live in Matthews and Mid Hill. And at the end of the day, it's all about the quality of life. The way that's planned now, it's punitive to the people who currently live here. I live on Davis Trace. Put the roundabout there. There's an immediate queue right there in front of my house. That's punitive to me, right? There's an adult community that's still under construction on the other side of Davis Trace off of Hooks Road. Well, if there's a queue on my street, that queue of cars is also in their backyards, right? Again, punitive to the quality of life. No one has said that we're not going to get a traffic mess. You cannot defend that mess that is coming. that is going to be punitive to the people that already live here. We do have a concern about our future. We are concerned about our children and our grandchildren. Part of us looking out for our children and our grandchildren are the homes that we live in now. Those homes need to retain their value, which is questionable when you have prospective home buyers coming to Matthews and Mint Hill, and they're sitting in traffic trying to go view these homes. So that's something to consider, that, we are going to be concerned about our property values as well. But the people who move into this community, they're going to love it because they have a taste of the city. The folks in this room, when we bought homes in the suburbs, we knew that if we wanted a taste of the city, we'd have to get in our cars and drive for it. That's what we signed up for. We didn't sign up for this. And for the people who go there, and the people, here's the other thing, for the people who live there, I think the last number I saw was maybe 78% rentals. If they don't like it there, they let their lease expire and they're gone. They don't have the investment in the community that all the folks in this room do.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Do we have anybody else in the room or outside in the hall there that would care to speak about this? Sure, come forward.
Hello, I'm Teresa Ruccio, and I have been a resident of Matthews for over 30 years. I just want to ask the planning committee, I think you mentioned that you asked the community what they would like. Is that correct? And your response was how many people? How many people? She gave a number. I was just. 127 people. And no one asked me. So I want you to consider that.
Thank you, Ms. Ruccio. Go ahead, sir.
I'm Gary Church. I live at 14511 Barney Drive. I'm 2 houses off of Idlewild, so I'll be looking out my front window right at this development. One of the things you'll notice in the beautiful pictures of the neighborhoods, and I have nothing against Mr. Pappas and all that he's done. My daughter lives in Phillips Place, so it's beautiful, it's gorgeous, but it's completely different areas of the city than here. It is very beautiful what he put up there in the neighborhood and how it would look, but you'll notice right at the very heart of the entrance of this, right at that traffic circle, there's a gray square. Those are 2 private homes. They're just there, they're not going to be landscaped. They're not going to be filled, looking beautiful and everything. Right there at the very front, you're going to have an office, some other kind of building, and then just a couple of homes. And, they'll have trees in their yards and everything else. That's not all landscaped and beautiful. So that's exactly what I'm going to be looking at right across the street, right? So who knows what'll happen with that property. The other thing is, if you'll notice this strip to the left here, that's all going to be single family homes. That's basically going to be an extension across the road from Barney Drive, right? I live on Barney Drive. Now, when I come up to my road, coming up Idlewild to make a left into my neighborhood, if I notice that a car is behind me more than about 300 feet, I go on down to Davis Trace because they have a left turn lane. It is so dangerous right there. I've already had my car totaled, being rear-ended, just sitting there waiting to turn in. My younger daughter had to gun her car because a tractor trailer going to the Harris Teeter across the road was not slowing up and took out the entire white fence of the property that Mr. Pappas has the option to get, barely missing her, right? That is very dangerous right there. Very, very bad traffic. Another thing I'll point out is if you have an open road that's directly across from Barney, I'm coming out of Barney now, right? And I want to make a left turn. Not only do I now have to wait for traffic going both ways on Idlewild, which my family has a little fun game. We say, how long do we have to wait to make a turn? Right now, we're averaging about 1:10 seconds every time we pull up to the road. Well, now I've got to consider all the people across the road who either want to go straight across or make a right turn. So now I'm never going to be able to get out of Barney Drive. So what's going to happen, I can tell you because I live there, everybody in Stillwell Place is going to come across Nancy Ruth and come out in Davis Trace. Epcon's going to do the same thing. They're not going to be able to get out. You think that traffic coming off of 485 right now, every evening off of 485, coming on the outer, backs up all the way down onto 485. Those people are coming up to do one of two things: split right and go into Union County, or they make a left and they're come up Stallings Road. So they're going to be backed up all the way from that bridge on 485 up to the roundabout, and they'll be coming all the way around the roundabout to come up Stallings Road. So you're never going to be able to get in from Hooks Road. So they're going to also funnel over into Davis Trace and come out on Davis Trace. So now you've got three neighborhoods, and everybody who goes to the nature preserve and the people who live in the private homes are all going to be coming out of Davis Trace, because that'll be the only option they have. And that's just, I mean, you're looking for tax income and developing your land. That's wonderful. Mr. Pappas is looking to make a profit. Good for him. But we are a neighborhood who's been there. I moved there 23 years ago. I remember the commitment that was made when 485 was built. And when I moved there, it was a ditch. They said on Mint Hill and Matthews side, it's all going to be residential. If Mecklenburg County and Stallings wants to do commercial development, good for them. And so far, that's the way it's been up until now. And as the mayor said, let's go ahead and just keep it the way it is. Make all of Idlewild continue to be residential, which is what it is today and what it was always intended to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Church. Do we have anybody else that's present tonight physically here that would like to speak regarding the zoning application? Okay, we have another person in the back.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sherry Cornelius. I live at 14223 Creekside Drive. I agree with what most people have said this evening. I would like for nothing to be built there. I moved here 16 years ago, and we bought my house not because we liked it, but because it was safe for my son who has autism. 16 years later, my son still has autism. He doesn't know that the car is going to hurt him, or, you know, that people are being rude. He doesn't get that. The whole bullying thing, he doesn't understand it. I would like to stay in a safe place for my husband, for my son. If you allow this, I will have to move. So Mr. Pappas, if this goes through, you're more than welcome to buy my property too, because I can't stay there. Another thing, one of the ladies earlier mentioned something about the connectivity. The connectivity affects me the most, because if you, I know 16 years ago, I was here and I spoke. It was December 16 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. So literally, about not putting the road through, and that went through. But now you want to put this ugly bridge there. If you put the connectivity through, I ask each and every one of you to please drive out to my house. Please tell me how I will get in and out of my driveway. Have any of you come down there and looked at this property, where the property is going to butt up to his property on Creekside Drive? Because my house attaches to the creek. I own to the, it's part of, you know, to the other side of the creek, which will attach to his property. There is a guardrail there now. We've had people drive through the guardrail. If I'm not mistaken, that's happened twice. Once since I've lived there, and once before I moved in there. You guys put up a new guardrail, which thankfully is still standing. But my understanding is the bridge will have to come in more, and I will no longer be able to get in and out of my driveway. So I want to know who is going to build me a new driveway. Or, yeah, I mean, I just don't know why we need the connectivity anyway. We have no sidewalks in our neighborhood. So there's really no need for any connectivity. But I really would like to be able to get in and out of the driveway. I guess that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cornelius. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this zoning application? Please come forward, sir. Remind you that we will stop this hearing at 10 p.m. Due to time concerns. So.
My name is Sam Rogers. I live at 13527 Capriole Lane in the Wingrove subdivision. I've been here since 1981. And this project should not be in our neighborhood at all. I don't care how you cut it. It's too big, too much traffic. The highways can't absorb another 1,200 cars a day going on this road. Because Phillips Road, Idlewild is already backed all the way through Henry Bridge in the morning now. And we put a roundabout in 800 foot from the interstate, right, at the best. Where are you going to go? You can't get in, you can't get out. Nothing. Besides, has anybody inspected this property to see if we have any protected thing like the heel splitter here, like we had down on Lawyers Road? Does anybody mention that? Could we get the fishing federal people to come here and look at the water runoff in the lakes? Because we got a pond that drains through here somewhere in Windsor. It goes over the Lawyers Road. That's where the heel splitter was for the big shopping center. Everybody remember that? You remember it, Mr. Peppers? Right, the little old teeny fish, but that big, stop that thing cold. Do we have any protected things like that? The heel splitter, the snail darter, both of them are around here somewhere. Can we mandate you go check the property before you go digging up the lake and the creeks? Huh? I don't understand it.
This is not intended to be a dialogue, sir, but we certainly have environmental concerns that would be looked at before we build on any property.
Okay, thank you very much then.
Yes, thank you. If anybody else that wants to speak, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Valda Robinson, and my husband Robert and I live at 14034 Horseback Circle. 18 and a half years ago, we moved to Matthews from Charlotte, just for the reasons that many of our neighbors did, to find a safe place to raise our 8-year-old son, to live in a community that supported each other, to have access to amenities that you need in everyday life. And that's why we chose to come to Matthews. We are not objecting progress because we know progress has to come. However, we do not support this progress that is coming to our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I know, Maureen, do we have somebody online that wanted to speak? There was somebody signed up, I believe. Brock Fonkhauser. Okay. I'm gonna stop the public comment now so that I can give Mr. Pappas at least a few minutes if he wishes to respond to some of the comments that were made. Sir, would you care to respond to any of the comments? If you didn't get an opportunity to speak tonight, you can certainly speak if this is continued at our next hearing.
Well, I think we've heard a lot of these comments and understand them clearly. I think the thing that I'd like to ask the commissioners, if you would make available to us the opportunity to use the town hall space here for some more meetings with hopefully meetings that involve your staff, because I think your staff put forth a very good gateway plan. They've got a very good vision for your community. And I think a lot of people don't really understand that plan and the positive attributes of it. Where I struggle with the dialogue, because I want to always find out what we can do, is, we've been asked to put single family next to the subdivision. Single family is there. We've been asked to reduce density. We're reducing density. Traffic is a concern, but without improvements like we were proposing, I don't see how the traffic gets better. As Commissioner Urban said, there's a certain amount of density that's going to be built here anyway by right. So I think you have to look at this comprehensively and see really what are the positive attributes of this road network that we're proposing. look at the land use and the transition. One of the commissioners mentioned transition from the single family to the higher density on the outer loop. That's exactly what this plan provides. So there's a lot of consistency with the gateway plan. There's a lot more work to do on our end to deliver the kind of place and neighborhood that others will find more appealing. And we're committed to do that work, but we'd like to do that work with the commissioners involved, with the staff involved, and other members of the community. So I hope you'll make some space available for us here over the next 2 or 3 weeks to have a couple other follow-up meetings and continue this dialogue. It would be helpful to our team if we could understand the density that was proposed in the gateway plan, because I hear about the high density, but it appears to me that our density is below the densities that we've seen in some of the other projects in Matthews. So I'm a little confused personally about the density that was proposed in the gateway plan. And so it would be helpful to get that clarified. But I think there's still a lot of room for positive dialogue. We'd like to continue that. And I hope we can find a solution. So I appreciate your time, appreciate those who have spoke. And, we're committed to do something of quality here. And I think people have recognized that we've done quality work throughout the different cities that we've built. And that's our commitment to you. And our commitment is to continue to work on it. So thank you.
Thank you. This space is the People's Hall, so you're certainly welcome to use it to have those types of meetings. I'll reiterate something that was said earlier. I think you'll see more engagement from elected officials now that we've actually heard the hearing. It's more appropriate. As I mentioned to several people in emails, it's not really appropriate, I don't think, for me to go to one of your public meetings and make comments before I've even heard the hearing. So now that we've heard it, you're welcome to dig in and get more commentary from all the public officials. Commissioner Garner, do you have a comment?
I do. I wanted to clarify, and I know that we generally don't sort of have back and forth when we have these public hearings, but I did hear several people ask what happens if this project, if we rezone and this project doesn't happen. And so, I don't want to put words into Jay's mouth, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot again, but if you could clarify for the people here, what happens once a rezoning has occurred?
So way back around 7:30 this evening, I talked about our conditional process. A conditional zoning plan, once approved, is legally mandated. So a developer could not come in afterwards and say, well, we just decided to go ahead and build some houses. They are obligated to build out that exact site plan. No deviations unless they make a request to the board for maybe a minor amendment or a change. We call it a change of conditions. They would have to come back through this entire process if they wanted to. I think someone mentioned building high rises or somewhere in Raleigh. So any deviation other than like minor tweaks to the plan would require going back through the public process once again.
Mr. Buckley.
If I could add to that, Commissioner Garner's inquiry, what would happen would be once this has been approved, that becomes the zoning district for that site. If it's not built upon after the vesting period, they're invested to build that. They have a vested right. What is it now, Jay? 3 years, I think, on our conditional, up to 5. Anyway, if it passes that vested site time period, then the planning board would report back to this board that it has not been built, nothing's happened, and then the board would then have the right to rezone the property. But the safeguard here is the planning board, who then is supposed to review all the sites that have presently been approved. And if they've passed their vesting period where they no longer have vested rights to build that, then they need to make a report back to this board. And then you would then consider with the planning staff what zoning you wanted to put on the property. Or you may want to leave it just like that because no one else could do anything other than what that site plan said.
Thank you. I think, I just want to make sure people understand that if it's rezoned from what it currently is, which allows, we were guessing 200 and something, by right, 200 something. We rezone it and it allows a mixed use development of any size of density. And that doesn't get built. Somebody can't come in and automatically build 2,000 apartments.
Exactly. They would have to build exactly what had been approved.
So again, I think the opportunity with conditional zoning is to negotiate with the developer. And if we say we don't want to do that and just leave it the way it is, then by right, whatever that number is, 200 or 300 homes can be built. They can come clear cut and put up vinyl sided houses that would reduce the value of your property. And there's nothing we can do about it because we have no say whatsoever. That's done by right under the current zoning. So we talked about possibly having a continuation.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, Commissioner Whitley.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue zoning application 2022-749 Santee Matthews to January the 9th, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Tufano, did you second that?
Yes.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Whitley to continue to January 9th, a second by Commissioner Tufano. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Hoover.
I just want to say, I will agree with that, but I don't want to keep kicking this can down the road. We need to get it under control and get it worked out. And hopefully we all can work together. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We will take a 10-minute break and then resume our meeting. We will have no more zoning applications this evening.
Continue all of those. Board needs to continue all of those.
Can we do that after?
Mr.
We come back.
Mr.
All right, do we have everyone? Gina. All right, we are still in our public hearing, and we have a rule that we will not go past 10 o'clock. So we need to take action on the remaining 3 zoning applications.
I'd like to make a motion, we continue the next 3 to January the 9th.
All right, we have a second?
You have a second.
Continue to what date? Is that?
January 9th.
January 9th, okay. Motion by Commissioner Whitley, second by Commissioner Urban, all in favor? Any opposed? Apologies to those that were here for a long time for these, but we had to do this because some of these meetings were lasting until 1 and 2 in the morning, so. And I have to be at the airport at 5 a.m., so. All right. Let's move on. Where are we?
On the 7th. Reconvene the regular meeting.
Motion to reconvene. I heard Commissioner Fano make that motion.
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Whitley. All in favor? We now stand back in our regular meeting. Where is item 7? 7. Okay. Reconvene. All right, we'll move on to the planning board report. Mr. Foster.
There we go. Okay. Good evening, Mr.
Will you somebody
Mayor.
close that door in the back, please? Thank you.
Where'd all the people go?
All of our fans left.
Yeah, he sure did. Good evening, Board of Commissioners, Planning Board members. I have the Planning Board report from our meeting of November 22nd, 2022. 3 items for town board action this evening. Number 1 is zoning application 2022-763, self-storage. Change the zoning classification from B1 CD to BC 3D on that certain 1.5 acre tract designated as 7904 Council Place and being located in the northwest quadrant of the East John Street Interstate 485 interchange, and further being designated as tax parcel 227-371-82. The members of the planning board reviewed the request to rezone the property as an indoor self-storage facility. Elevations were provided by the applicant. The planning board recommended approval by a vote of 5-1. The request was found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because the non-residential use is just self-storage, did not generate enough traffic to warrant safety concerns, and the addition will look better than what was in the place currently, which is nothing. The change to zoning was reasonable because it added the low intensity use to a vacant parcel. Item number 2, zoning application 2022-767, Christ Covenant Church. To change the zoning from R20 to RICD on those certain parcels designated as 128 and 126 Covenant Church Lane, and additionally designated as tax parcels 213-011, 04, and 05. The updated site plans were presented and reviewed by the planning board members that address concerns about the allowed use. The landscape buffer and the removal of storage buildings on the site were addressed. Members unanimously approved recommendation of the request and the updated site plans. The request is found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it would support an existing accessory use. The change to the zoning was found reasonable because it will make an existing non-conforming situation come under conforming. And final application, zoning application 2022-769, text amendment. To change the text in the downtown overlay district to create a parking fee in lieu thereof, as an alternative to the required parking spaces for each proposed development. This is something that was discussed in a prior meeting, I believe. Staff updated the members of the planning board on the updated text amendment. The updated language included that a reduction in the parking shall not exceed public spaces located within 400 feet. Members discussed the current and future parking in the downtown overlay and residential uses and the parking requirements. Planning board voted unanimously to recommend approval of zoning application 2022-769 for business and commercial purposes only, not residential. The change in zoning is consistent with the adopted downtown mobility study recommendations for the parking fee in lieu as clarity to existing parking reductions in the UDO. The text change is reasonable as it allows for a more efficient use of land in the downtown area while giving property owners more options on the provision of parking. Two other items for board information. Item number 1 is administrative amendment, Christ Covenant Church, revisions for the noise barrier at Warner Park located at 515 Matthews Township Parkway and designated as tax parcel 231-012-01. This is a follow-up to an approved plan, I believe, that came before the board probably a year to 18 months ago. Members of the planning board heard the request to amend the location and the height of a sound barrier wall that was a required condition of the Warner Park rezoning. The applicant wished to increase the height from 10 feet from up to 15 to 20 feet due to the grade changes on the site. Basically, the determination was made that if it was 10 feet from one end to the other with the grade change, part of the wall would perform no service whatsoever because it would be basically at ground level and wouldn't help the neighbors behind it. The wall will be placed on the other side of the road. Originally, it was going to be placed on the field side of the road, give a little more distance there, about 10 feet from the 50-foot tree buffer. So there's still going to be plenty of space between the wall and the neighborhood behind it. The administrative amendment passed by a vote of 5-1. The request was found to be consistent with the original intent of the zoning. And item 2, the planning board meeting for December. We voted unanimously to move the December 27th planning board meeting to December 20th, just to ensure that we would have a quorum because it's a little iffy after Christmas. And after tonight's meeting, I'm not sure if there's going to be anything for us to address. And Shana says no.
Mike, do you have a recollection of, since we have this on our planning and development business, what was your vote on zoning application 2022-762, or Jay, do you know? The Ridge.
$762.
That was, this was continued. Yeah. By this board at their last meeting. You didn't deal with it. You dealt with it 2 times ago.
Oh, okay.
5-1.
I do not remember the exact vote.
5-1 to approve. Is that correct?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And finally, just on the personal note, as Jay mentioned earlier this evening, this is my last Board of Commissioners Planning Board joint meeting. I just wanted to thank the Board of Commissioners for selecting me for this role 5 years ago. It's been a great ride and I've enjoyed every minute of it. And I'm not just making that up. I've really enjoyed these meetings. I've learned a lot about the town that I didn't know. Lived here for 26 years and I don't think we're going to be going anywhere else. So I want to stay involved in town business however I can. I know there are various boards and committees. So you haven't seen the last of me. I just don't know what role it will play in the future. But once again, thanks for the time. Thanks to the planning board for having their confidence in me to lead this team over the last almost 3 years now. Thanks.
Well, Mike, you've done an outstanding job and you'll be missed. And trust me, we'll find another place to plug you into.
Mr. Mayor, Mike, I want to thank you. Me and you sat beside each other when I was on the planning board. Neither one of us had any rank at that time, but we had good fellowship. And made some good decisions. I cherished those 2 years that I was on the planning board. And I learned a lot sitting over there on the planning board and see a lot of things that y'all do and not getting paid for it. But it's a good board, and I appreciate you, Mike, and I appreciate the 2 years we shared fellowship together. Best of way.
I've said it numerous times. I think the planning board requires the most time and effort of any of our boards. And so again, gentlemen that are here tonight and the ladies as well that participate, thank you very much. And thanks again, Mike. Let's hear it for Natasha. Natasha Edwards. Another person that's done a great job. We appreciate. So, all right, we'll move on to the business before us tonight. The first is B, zoning application 2022-762, The Ridge, to change the zoning from R12 to I1CD on that 45.03 acre parcel of land located on Campus Ridge Road and being further designated as tax parcel 215-22102. Mr. Will.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. I'm going to deviate a little bit from my staff report because we have received a request to continue this decision on this rezoning to next month in order to further address some of the staff concerns that are outlined in the staff report. And staff supports that recommendation to continue to work with the applicant. Happy to answer any questions about that, and the applicant is here as well to answer any questions, but we do recommend continuation to next month.
Mr. Tufano.
Trying to look it up as we speak, but can't find it. So can you tell me what those issues are that cause this continuation?
Sure. There were procedurally, the final traffic mitigation notes must be included in the rezoning notes. There was some outdoor storage that needed to be, it was too much acreage. It needed to be removed from the site plan. We have some concerns about the overall scale of the project. And those are a few. Yeah.
Thank you. And just as you were starting to talk, it popped up on my screen. So, but
Magic.
Thank you for reiterating.
Thank you.
Any further questions or motions? Commissioner Whitley.
Mayor, I would actually like to hear staff's comments on this a little bit more in depth than that brief overview before we offer a continuance.
More. We want more.
I would like for this meeting to go on until 1 a.m., please.
All right, I won't promise that, but we'll see what we can do. The revised TIA is still under review with us. And as I mentioned before, there was some acreage that was indicated as outdoor storage that needs to be revised on the site plan. I'm just looking at my notes here. Something that we have talked about before is the size and the use, sort of the scale of the building doesn't necessarily correspond with the East John area plan. It's the usage is envisioned there, but the scale and the impact to the potential transportation network of the area. We also we took it to the EDAC, Economic Development Advisory Committee, and gave a brief presentation, or not brief, but we gave a presentation to them. They had some comments and voted that that the project basically did not have their support. So we wanted to address those issues with the applicant as well. That's most of it in a nutshell.
I think I'm mostly interested in, and because I touched on this when we talked about it, I don't know which time, but the development scenarios and the tax revenues on this parcel with the current use and then sort of projected out. And I guess, you know, I'm interested from a planning perspective, maybe a little more on that.
Sure, I'll let Jay take care of that for us.
Rob, I do have a question before Jay takes over. When EDAC voted not to support this project, was the applicant present? No, his answer, no.
No,
Okay.
no,
Thank
they
you.
were not.
Thank you.
So there's sort of two sides to the, or two aspects to the staff memo here. There's the procedural piece that Rob mentioned, which are these items that need to be lined up before a vote. And then there's the planning, let's call it commentary on like what we think as professional planners. When this project first came to us, it was envisioned as a warehouse, but also there was a potential 100,000 square foot showroom. So it had a retail component. This was a hybrid. We were kind of interested because there would be this very, very large showroom that our citizens could go to. Think of it as sort of an IKEA for plumbing wares or when you're going to do a renovation. We've since learned that that's a retail counter now, right? It's a place you can go pick up something you've ordered, but there will be no showroom space. So we were disappointed in that. We thought that there would be another component to this when we were first speaking with the developer, I guess over a year ago now. From a development perspective, we do maintain that with plus or minus 100 jobs, many of which are going to be at pay where people would probably be below that 80% AMI threshold. And frankly, 100 jobs is a new full service restaurant in Matthews. It's not a huge number. It's not a huge generator of employment for the community. So the jobs piece, because this is primarily a warehouse, there's not manufacturing. You're not housing a large amount of office space here. It's a relatively small amount of jobs given that it's a 45-acre site. We put together this property tax impact. So I think I'll reserve my two final comments, and I apologize. We didn't really put a presentation together. We were honoring the applicant's request to continue, so we weren't really planning to speak much tonight. This property is at the heart of the largest remaining tract of undeveloped land in the community. There's several hundred acres of land that is yet to be developed. Hendrick Automotive owns about 200 acres, and there's several hundred acres along John Street. What happens on this site will have an immense impact. It's going to direct what happens on these adjoining 100 acres or several hundred acres. And what you're likely to see is the development of low intensity, light industrial zoning, because quite frankly, if there were already neighborhoods, and listen to the comments we heard earlier today about Sante Matthews, if this was already residential property today around the site, no one would even consider building a 400,000 square foot industrial building adjacent to single family residential. So understanding that, I think we can infer that it's going to be difficult to attract residential development. What goes on the adjoining land here? It's likely industrial. So we did put together, these are just 3 additional scenarios, but we benchmarked fairly new warehouse properties in Mecklenburg County, came out to not a development value, because I think the developer is planning, this is a $50 million investment. It may very well be when you factor in construction and land and road and building the road through it. But the county tax assessor's office is valuing facilities like this at around $60 a square foot. We came up with a property tax bill of about $77,000 annually. Found that to be a really, really low tax revenue per acre, which is one way we express developments and the proceeds to the town. We then moved over to single family, some mixed non-residential, and finally more of a townhome and apartment project. I will say, the single family, yeah, it might yield more property tax, but you also have more services to provide. So it's kind of a wash. You have to provide solid waste and parks and schools and things of that nature. Moving to the, I don't even know what color that is I created. I think it's a new color. The office and small warehouse moves up to be a slightly higher value. When you create multiple smaller buildings, the assessor tends to value those higher than one really big building. I don't know why. I don't know how their methodologies work. And then finally, just a purely residential project. I think we have a good handle on what both townhomes and apartments are valued at in Matthews, and we arrived at a revenue per acre with 175 townhomes and 300 apartments of about $87.50 per acre, with annual tax revenues around $350,000. So, sorry, that was. I know it's late, but just wanted to kind of address the.
No, that's fine. I
concerns.
just like to make comment. I don't think we want to put the maximum mixed residential use on every square inch of property we have left in town. There has to be some other uses that we also entertain, for the very reason we heard tonight, everybody raising Cain about traffic. And we can't put all high density, mixed residential on all these open spots. So I think we have to have a mix. Mr. Tufano.
I was reluctant to ask this question, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it.
Oh, boy.
With all the little things around, like the tax and how we could use it and what's adjacent and all that, what's the real reason that you don't want it there? Is it the size of the building? If it were smaller buildings, but had the same size, same type of industry there, is that the reason? Is it just that I keep hearing the size of the building? It seems to be the overriding objection here. Is that what it is?
That's one of them. I can give you examples of 45 acres with office, flex, industrial, and 1- and 2-story buildings that can be embedded into neighborhood areas. But when you're building a single building that is larger than Matthew Station, we sit on 6 acres from here to Trade Street, from Town Hall back up to Trade Street. Everything that encompasses this development is about 6 acres. This one building is larger than a fair portion of our entire downtown area. So at that scale, it's very hard to accommodate other uses, because it's simply something that people don't want to be near truck docks. It's not a use that's easy to screen. But at the same time, is it a good return on investment for a community that is very, very land poor? I'll just ask that question of you. We heard the presentation on the pay plan earlier. Okay, we have a business to run. Let's just look at it that way. We need tax revenues, and I think that's one aspect that you all need to consider. It's not the only aspect. It's not all that matters, but that's one piece of the puzzle. So,
Mr. Urban.
So as not to belabor this, I'm gonna be the Grinch that stole Christmas today. I'd like to make a motion to deny the decision tonight, and some of our reasoning is that there is a petitioner looking to file that we've all probably talked with, and I asked him about this project, and he will not say anything negative about it, but he said, I will not connect to it. Do not promote connectivity with me. It would be devastating to my project, which I think is the antithesis of what we're trying to do with the essence of connectivity. I had another developer approach me on the adjacent site and said they were kicking the tires on residential, not more of a townhome, single family duplex type of product, an affordable home type product. And they said, again, they would not speak negatively about the project, but they said it would definitely dampen their opinion of the area and would probably not consider moving forward with the project. That being said, we all know that there's some conversations going on with Hendricks about some things with CPCC, which are very, very promising. What I don't want to see is that we open up Pandora's box and the one big box goes. And so the next landowner says, well, they get their big box, I want my big box. And so it becomes a large fulfillment center area where I think we could definitely improve upon the quality of life as CPCC expands, and other residential services expands, maybe there's some more neighborhood community things, not to the scale that you're talking about. But I just think it's a missed opportunity, and it just, we are land poor, I guess, for lack of a better word, from that standpoint. So I want to be critical of how we wisely use it. Now, if it means that land sits vacant for a couple more years, so be it. I think someone said in the last meeting, we can be choosy and we can go for the gusto and pick the best of the best. And I'm not sure this is the best of the best. So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to deny the decision on rezoning 2022-762. Bear with me, I have to go to the secret page. And I want to note that the requested zoning action is most current amendment is not approved and has been found to be inconsistent with the land use plan, and the plan envisions a mix of uses, including office, residential, production, and distribution in this area. It is also not reasonable because it will create a development that underutilizes both the property from a use and transportation network perspective.
I have,
Commissioner Garner,
go ahead.
Commissioner Whitley.
No, go ahead, Renee.
I was going to second that, but I'd also like to.
I have some questions before we,
I will withdraw my second until he's made his comments.
just so I'm clear. Is this Campus Ridge out by CCP, and the developer was gonna build the, what's the developer name? Ferguson? Is that right?
Holdings is the developer first.
So now I'm hearing, John, all of a sudden you have somebody contacted you that they want to develop a residential. Now I understand that the car dealership now has some things in plan. And I think the last time I said this, nobody's asked anything about that up until now. Now, the planning board approved it. Now, all of a sudden now, I mean, the planning board, I just looked and voted 5-1. You know, I look at, I was reading the comments. They say they're gonna hire 150 jobs. I just read the comments, 100 jobs don't mean that much. It does. There's nothing out there. I have been on this board since 2016. I never heard nobody talk about other than Hendricks, and they are going to build a car thing out there now. Now I'm hearing that somebody's contacted you. Have any other commission heard anything about? I hadn't, not before tonight. You have? Well, you know, Ferguson put a plan here as I thought it was a good looking building. They did say they had a showcase. Now you're saying they don't have a showcase, Jay? So what happened to the showcase?
So where you can pick up parts.
They what now?
You can pick parts up if you order them online. You can go pick them up here.
Just like lockers to pick up things you've ordered.
You know, I'm not, I just don't think that's, they put a nice building before us. And I think I expressed myself that night. But I just wanted to make sure that I was thinking about the same parcel before y'all kill it. I think they put, and Mark asked the question, and I was sort of like with Mark, what's the real reason? You know, what's the real reason you don't want nothing out there? There's nothing out there now.
I'd be more than happy to answer. My staff doesn't have to answer, but I'll tell you, it is out of context and scale. Just because it's been laying way in vacant is because other land and property has been slowly developing. Now we're in such demand. So I'd rather actually pause than immediately knee jerk and react and build to it for 100 jobs, where I could potentially have a pleasant mixed use development that ties into CPCC. And the problem is, theoretically, let's say the big box is approved and Hendricks is not building the auto mall, but is bringing some other ideas to the table. Hendricks says, that's an easy win for us. We'll just put up some more big boxes. And is that how we want to be known as an industrial center out there? I don't think so. I think we need to be looking at quality of life issues.
Do we have an industrial center? Do we not look to bring jobs in an industrial area, which is away from downtown, which is an area where some of that property is not beneficial for anything. And you got a high power, you got high power line. So listen, we can be picky, but we can't be picky to the point where we do away with certain industry. Industry is what moved this country.
I have stipulated on this board that I would be more than happy to see 8 or 10 40,000 square foot warehouses out there promoting fintech. We lost a valued member of this community called McClintock Heating and Cooling because they could not find themselves a parcel of about 25 to 35,000 square feet of thing. That's the kind of family-oriented mom and pop businesses that make Matthews. To rely on a potentially Fortune 500 company to be here, a la Family Dollar that pulled out, is risking it. I prefer the diversity of having new businesses, not putting all my eggs in one basket. That's an exit all in one basket.
If I could make a comment, I spoke with the representatives from Ferguson, and I don't believe they've closed one of these that they've opened for the last 20 years anywhere in the country. So I think we're under very little risk of this suddenly going belly up and being a big box with nothing in it. It's a $50 million investment. It's adjacent to a medical incinerator site that's a Superfund site. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Whitley. I don't think every 45-acre parcel we have has to be multi-use with high-density apartments and townhomes. We don't have the infrastructure to support that. We don't have the roads to support that. I think variety is good. So I will not support killing this tonight. I think I would support staff continuing conversation with the applicant. Commissioner Tavano.
I'm also in opposition to killing it as well, but this piece of property, from what I'm understanding, is depressed in an elevated way. And that the building itself, even though it's a massive building, would be projecting above ground level at a substantially less height than what it would be at ground level. What is the depression of that property with respect to the road height?
I do not have that information in front of me. Was not prepared to discuss.
Does the petitioner have that information?
Yeah.
Good evening, Brittany Lenz with the law firm of Alexander Ricks representing the petitioner. I don't have the exact number offhand. What I can show you, if you'll scroll down to the building elevation, I believe, Commissioner Tavano, it's somewhere between 20 to 40 feet in grade difference. I don't want to read that into the record and be incorrect, but we do have, if you go down one, I think one more, maybe two more, all the way down at the bottom there, which you'll see is kind of how it's there's kind of an elevation that shows you. It's actually the other one. And unless you know, the front one up.
So it finished floor, we are significantly taller than Darby Road, and that's the new road we were asked to build, does not want us to build it, which is news. And it's why I'm Matt Coppers, petitioner. Thank you all for your time. We appreciate your diligence and thought on this matter.
I have an additional question. So this rendering that you have here has trees in front of it, and obviously they're imaged as fully grown or matured trees. We had some discussions. We were talking about this, about my concern, even though it is depressed and only 15 feet will be showing, that there'd be plantings initially that would be nearly 5 years from mature, all the way around, all along Campus Ridge, and also along the railroad track about 150 feet and around the corner. So I haven't heard any feedback on that. Can you help me where that stands at this time?
Yes, of course. So part of my presentation, which I will certainly spare you guys on the full presentation unless you'd like me to, but my presentation did include a commitment that we would have a minimum of 5-inch caliper trees all along Ridge Road, as
Wonderful.
well as the curve, the view corridor coming from CPCC. Those would be 5-inch caliper trees. What is required under your ordinance are 2-inch caliper trees.
Mhm.
So this would be significantly larger. It's a significant cost difference as well. But that is a commitment that I've made in my presentation and reading into the record tonight. And if allowed another month to work through this with staff, that would certainly be memorialized in our zoning plan as well.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask the question. Do we have a substitute motion, or I'm going to call the original motion? Would anybody care to make a substitute? Motion? We did, well, Commissioner Garner, you second.
I do want, I would like to second
Okay.
this motion, and I would like to explain why I would like to second it. It is a large building. And when Matthews did the Minicozy report, I think the board at that time was told that Weaver, Bennett and Bland is the most valuable property in Matthews per square foot. And that's because of the smart use of that building space. We have seen what happens with giant buildings that go vacant, and we have Family Dollar as a result. Family Dollar, I think, is a tragedy in many ways. Part of that is that my front yard is the perfect place to view tractor trailers driving down John Street, and they have said that they would work into their transportation plan to divert traffic. But the Matthews Police Department has spent, I don't know how many hours telling Family Dollar and Stonehaven or Stronghaven not to use John Street for their trucks. And it happens. They barrel through day and night. Also, the pay is, and we had this very personal discussion about the pay, and that we are supposed to be thankful for 100 jobs. And Jay said a good restaurant can bring that many jobs. With this pay, the pay scale for the majority of these jobs will be 50 to 60% AMI. And I'd say it over and over again. My family is at 70% AMI, and I cannot tell you how hard it is to go into the Christmas season at 70% AMI in Matthews. I can't tell you how hard. I can't tell you how hard it is to buy shoes for my kids at that price. And we are supposed to be thankful that 100 jobs are going to be.
Commissioner Garner, the AMI for an individual is 52,000. Are these jobs $25,000 a year pay?
No.
So it's incorrect. They're not 50% of AMI.
The family of 4 AMI on, I don't know what.
Well, I know you're
website.
assuming everybody has a family of 4, and
Okay, so
the other significant other, or a 2-person household that 2 people don't work.
Or they do work and they have to pay for childcare.
Oh. I mean, what is the salary range of the
The
jobs?
upper end, there were $247,000 jobs, several, over 80 and 90,000. I think if
Several.
you average out, I believe the top 10 jobs were all over 80,000.
And that's
which is
wonderful for those top 10. It is
Yeah.
wonderful.
Well,
I'm not finished talking though.
I apologize.
I'm not finished talking.
Okay.
This building for our tax base it's not an all or nothing. This lot does not have to be developed for apartments, right? That's not what the chart was saying, but when we're talking about our tax base, we have little land. We're not gaining land in Matthews. We're not gaining space, and we have to be very particular about how we use it. And a building that is the size of 2.5 Walmarts is not a smart use of property. It's just not. The math will never add up for that to be a smart use of property.
Okay, we have a motion to deny this application by Commissioner Urban, a second by Commissioner Garner. Is there a substitute motion?
I did not, did have one more point that I did not include in
I'm
my.
sorry, go ahead.
This property is also a 1/5 of a mile from the future Silver Line. And I think, it is it would be terrible for us to consider this moving forward and not consider its proximity to the Silver Line.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to offer a substitute motion that we continue this zoning application decision until January 9th, 2023.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion to continue by Commissioner Tufano, a second by Commissioner Whitley. I'm going to go, it's late. I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All in favor of the continuance? That passes, all against. That passes 4-2. So this will be continued to our January 9th, 2023 meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Move on to the next item, zoning application 2022-763, self-storage to change the zoning classification from B1 CD to B3 CD on that certain 1.5 acre tract designated as 7904 Council Place and being located in the northwest quadrant of the East John Street Interstate 45 interchange and being further designated as tax parcel 227-37182. This was continued from October 10th. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The applicant has done some site plan revisions. They've increased landscaping around the perimeter of the site. They have removed the enhanced landscaping proposal from the NCDOT right of way. And sort of moved it onto their property. Bike racks will be provided. And if you'll recall, I want to touch on the applicant has requested to use payment of a fee in lieu of tree canopy preservation. That's an option in our UDO. It specifically requires the approval of the Board of Commissioners if the applicant requests more than 30% reduction of the tree save requirements. The calculated payment fee in lieu for this project would be $35,623. This is 100% reduction in the tree save. So I just wanted to bring that up because it is a requirement in the UDO that is included in the motion to approve that as a part of the rezoning process.
So there would be 0 trees saved on this site. Is that what?
Yeah, yes, 0 trees, and all that would be replanted, would be the perimeter. There we go. Let's see.
Question.
Sir.
What's the tree inventory on that site? In other words, how many hardwoods, how many pines? The last time I was out there, I thought there was quite a large percentage of pines. Is that correct?
It's yes. I do not have the actual percentage with me tonight, but it's pine trees.
It's predominantly pines, isn't it?
Sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Other question. In our last discussion, last meeting that we had about this object is the setback, I think, was only about 10 feet, I think, from the property line. And it was going to be very difficult to put tree boundary or border in there. Has that been changed in this new proposal? I can't tell from the drawing.
I am looking at the perimeter.
I mean, if we've moved the tree buffer up until the property line, until the property, it would stand to reason that there would have to be considerably more setback in order to accommodate that. I don't see it.
No, the setback has not changed from the original proposal.
So how are you going to put an effective tree barrier in there with 10 feet?
Oh,
Now, there's a mismatch here, and I just wanted to clarify it.
okay.
Yeah. Because this is very important. That's a major intersection in town. This is the gateway to our town.
Mhm.
And
Oh, absolutely.
if we don't have that properly landscaped and properly architecturally
Yes, agreed.
well done, It's just gonna look like it's just, well, I don't even think I need to discuss it any further. So having said all that, I'm a little disappointed that all those suggestions that we had put into place about making that a more attractive corner haven't seemed to be implemented.
Well, they have, but I wish I had the previous
Mr. Carmine,
site plan.
do you have any response to this?
Okay.
Is Austin, I think Austin's supposed to be on Zoom. Do y'all know if he is? He has a stomach bug. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the board.
He might want to turn his camera off if he's got a stomach bug.
Yeah, is he, Austin, are you on? So the elevations have been revised and Jan Bryan is here. There is perimeter landscaping that's been installed. Let's
Hey,
see.
John, can you hear me?
Okay, you're on?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay.
We can hear you. Yes.
So I won't go through all this, but these are the changes. But Austin, can you talk about the perimeter landscaping that's been placed on the plan? There's planning standards and a planning schedule. And then Jan's here and he can talk about the revised elevations. The planning board had a recommendation for the retail facing elevation to add some windows to the corner, but we can show those to you. Austin, can you talk about the planning, please?
Yes. So the perimeter along John, along with the ramp, I guess southern parcel line, it's 10 to 12 feet setback, planted with small maturing trees, supplemented with large evergreen shrubs and undershrubs. And we feel that at a maximum height of 25 feet, this is going to provide a great buffer for that John and the ramp, 45 ramp.
Sorry to be contrary, but a full-grown tree, the canopy on it well exceeds 10 feet. I mean, it'd be busting up against the building. I'm really disappointed here. I thought that this setback issue was resolved. It was going to go to 20, 25 feet. There was going to be considerable planting since we're moving the buffer from the DOT property up until his property. This is not a substitution.
I don't specifically remember a conversation about a 25 or 20-foot setback. I remember a conversation about the screening, Commissioner Tufano, and increasing the setback. But the development team felt like this was improving the architecture and having this planning schedule would provide a good screening and attractive view from John and I-45. But we can show you what's the changes to the elevations if you'd like to see those.
I don't think so.
Okay.
John, maybe it's a question for Jay or Rob. The plantings, if you have a 10-foot strip, can you plant your trees at 9 feet? You know, can the canopy of the tree overhang the DOT right away? Does anybody know? I don't think they would really mind. I mean, it's another, unless it's,
Yeah, the power lines are on the utilities are on the retail side, correct, Austin?
There's a power line along John, so that's one of the reasonings for these small maturing trees. It's going to be up to them, up to, I believe it's Duke.
And what is the reason for not being able to shift the entire building toward the cul-de-sac? What is the reasoning behind that?
Let's see. Here, you mean this way, Commissioner Tufano?
Toward the cul-de-sac, yes.
Austin, is there anything that prevents that shifting?
We're Where the building is laying right now is on the setback to Council Place.
What's the setback from council?
I believe it's 20.
40.
Are you saying that that's the minimum setback that you can have and still be with code? So it would require a variance in order to move that and in order to have additional screening around the building? Is that would be a correct statement?
If we were to shift, then yes, it would be below the minimum.
It would encroach into the 40 feet, correct?
Correct.
John, I would like to see the elevations that you said there was some glass added instead of the edifice. Is that correct?
Yes,
Or
sir.
whatever you call it.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. What is the word?
So this is
What's it
Jan
called,
Bryant.
John?
Jen, you want to go through some of the changes from the
East.
14?
Oh, eaves is the stucco, yes.
Stucco.
Tell me.
That's forward, that's back, and then that's.
All right, let's go forward.
Those are the report changes.
Is your mic on, sir? I can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you. These were the previous elevations. I'm just going to, we've all seen these
Right.
before. I'm going to go to the latest elevations. This was one of the early ones that faced the retail center. This is the elevation I think that's still in question and was the comment from the planning staff to see some additional attention.
On the retail side?
Yes, sir. On the retail side. This is that retail facing side. So the comments that we were presented with at the planning meeting was to add some additional windows on the John Street side. So on the left side of this building, we've wrapped the corner with some glass. Coming out of the planning meeting, the request was to add some additional windows on the opposite side of the building that would face Council Place. So we've mirrored the 4 windows on the John Street side to the Council Place side. So you'll see we've added on the far right side some additional windows there. We also increased the amount of brick along this side. Right now, we've got about a single story worth of brick that follows the majority of that, with a 2-story elevation of brick that just wraps the corner around from where it comes from John Street side. So again, trying to be a little bit judicious about how much masonry we put on this side. But that's one reason you see the change in proportion here, just with the amount of brick that we've wrapped the corner.
And are the windows just false windows? They're just glass?
Yes, sir. All of the
stuck in
windows
the
that
side?
face John Street and certainly here would be false windows. Again, based on the ordinance, we don't want to have, we've been requested not to be able to see through those to see any storage units or anything inside the building.
Okay. All right. Any questions, Commissioner Tufano?
What was the John Street elevation, please? Okay, thank you.
This is the John Street side here. And so from our earlier meeting, we've added an additional brick. We have a little bit over 2 stories worth of brick on the majority of this side that faces John Street.
Explain the gray too.
I think I'll do that. That's a good question. Last time we did have a question about the lighter gray tone that shows up on the far left of this building. And again, just graphically speaking, that part of the building is far enough away from the street that we just did show that as a color because it's far enough away that that would be blocked by any of the trees. And the majority of the building that we see here in color is really what's going to be presented across John Street. So if we go to our plan, see if I can get back to that. I apologize. It really is that elevation that is closest to our setback along John Street. So the portion that's farther away, we've just grayed out. So effectively, what you see in color and elevations is what's right along John Street. The lighter gray are those portions that step back 30, 40, 50, 60 feet away from the street. So although they would have the same material composite nature to them, you're not just going to see them from John Street.
Commissioner Urban.
We would have never had this discussion had you just jacked the building up and pushed it back.
We've had that discussion, yes.
Then we we've all gone home. So I think, and I've talked to you, Jan, a couple
Yes,
at
sir.
length. Staff makes a really good point, and the fact is that you're probably going to see over the spectrum. I call it the spectrum, but I know spectrum's still there. You're probably going to see over the building and see a lot more of that view from the adjacent retail than I thought. So let's make a deal tonight. Let's work through this, and I'll see if I can help Commissioner Tofano as well. I really I've been guilty of done the same thing, faux EFS windows, but no one told me to change them. I'd rather see every single window facing John Street and the retail being spandrel glass. So at least it really looks real and not stucco. That's my screening conversation to Mr. Tofano's. But to Mr. Tofano's point, in Austin, if you're listening, it looks like you've got about 5 feet to shift the building west before you hit that radius 40-foot setback. Maybe it's not.
Can we go back to the view of the
Site plan?
Site plan. If it's not 5 feet, it might be 4 feet. Then my next question would be is, we're dangerously close to the overhead power lines, but I don't know of anything that says that you have to plant the tree where it's at. You could shift the trees on the John Street side closer to the property line and gain some more clearance with the canopy. So I can move the building a little bit to the left. I can move the trees a little bit to the right. And we're starting to make some progress here. The only odd thing I see is, and we probably should have had a cross section done or something. The only odd thing I see is the evergreens that are portrayed in the graphic are considered medium, and their mature height is 3 to 5 feet. That seems a little wimpy, because I think I mentioned before is once those trees, which are deciduous, lose their leaves, you're going to see every bit of that building. And it's okay, as long as we get the design of the building right, we can, if it's a Frank Lloyd Wright thing, hey, no trees whatsoever, right? But that's my supposition here is you give me all glass, and I'll go over to Mr. Tofano's chair and twist his arm that we move the building about, it looks like 4 to 5 feet to the west, move those trees along John Street further to the east, and we can loosen some things up here. But you got this thing tight as a tick. There's no doubt about that.
Back to the possibility of a variance of moving this in. What would be the feasibility of that to give the proper screening in the back?
A variance they would have to prove hardship. And I think that would be very difficult in this case where they could shrink the size of the building instead.
Yeah, I think that's the right call.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like Commissioner Urban's suggestion. Is that amenable to the applicant?
Can I ask a question?
Does Austin actually have access to the CAD file? Austin, you sitting in a computer?
I am, but I don't have that open.
It looks visually to be between 4 to 5 feet.
Yeah, and I think the reason there was, I think it's on the site plan, but we were going to put some screening shrubs, and then I believe we had the meters and backflow. I could be wrong there.
Meters and backflow behind setback line?
Yep.
Yeah, but you could probably shift them south. Because I don't see meter and backflow on the site plan. I see, hold on a second, stormwater discharge. No, I don't see it.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Stormwater will, to the, I guess, the northwest corner. That's where the existing storm box is for the site. So we will need a storm pipe that goes to that front setback.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give you some options here. We can make it good, or we could just go for another day.
So Commissioner Urban, to make sure I understand, so I think there's spandrel all on John. You're saying duplicate that on counts, the retail side.
Yes, that's a staff recommendation, and there was a view or an image, a picture that they provided. Had you seen that picture, John?
Yes, sir.
And I have a sneaking suspicion that you're going to see those upper floors racing across that single story retail building. And it's going to give it an appearance of a warehouse, which it is, an appearance more prison-like than office-like.
We can do that. Okay. And then, Joe, can I go back to the site plan? Did Austin, were you able to provide a response to Commissioner Urban on the shifting of the building to Commissioner Tufano and Commissioner Urban?
Yeah, I think we can shift it to where we're on that western setback.
Mr. Tufano, would that meet your requirements?
I still don't feel comfortable with the coverage along John Street. It's just way too slim. It's never going to be able to cover that.
If I might offer a suggestion, we have bushes and trees along the council place side. We have much larger trees that we are showing right now, right up across the street here. And we also added quite a bit of planting here. Would it be reasonable to suggest that in addition to moving the building as far left as we can toward the setback, that we remove part of these plantings to allow some additional space?
Yeah, that
to
gives
be
you a
taken up
couple more feet to move forward
on
to the
this
40
side.
feet. Now we're talking. Okay.
But you can only go to the setback line.
You talk
Yeah. Yeah, but you've got, that's
and so-
almost 6 feet there, right?
And I think in combination, so for instance, if the setback follows the shape of the cul-de-sac here. So that's one thing that we're fighting here. You see these line of trees here. And so we've got these points of building that if we begin to pull just a portion of the building back here, then that would allow us to pick up as much as we can up to the setback in its current form. But then what I'm suggesting is I think we're willing to lose a little bit of square footage at this most furthest portion of the building to gain as much property as we can toward the setback, thereby adding as much distance here between the existing building.
I would think it
and
would
the
take,
setback.
That's not going to change anything, Jan.
Say it again, John, I'm sorry.
You're go to your second notch. You got there's your second right there.
Yes, sir.
That one's that's your delta right there. That's the one that's closest to the
And
radius.
I think what I'm suggesting is
If
that
you're going to clean that corner up
delta
completely,
gets cleaned up
then
such that we add as
now
much
you got 8 feet.
distance.
Now you got
to
8 feet.
that.
Yeah.
And then
okay,
we
so
pick
now we're
up.
close to getting 20 feet there along the back.
I think
Yeah.
if we have, if by Austin's account, we have 5 feet to give here, that gets us to between 15 and 20. And then cleaning this corner up gets us an additional potentially 3 or 4 feet. Then we are much closer to the 20 plus foot here.
Okay,
on the
and
John
then
Street side.
one, while I've got you in the compromising mood. So you're going, I would ask that you put it 3 to 4 inch caliper trees there initially.
I don't think there's Austin,
Yeah, I mean, that just adds initial cost to this plantings.
What is the plan now? Are they 2 inch?
2 inches is the code, the minimum.
Austin, the 3 inch.
Can we go to that note? Yeah.
All it says is shall be installed along the perimeter.
So per
Plant-
code,
Yes.
so it'd be 2 inch. Ray, I'm gonna let you make that call if we're gonna go up to 3 or 4 inch.
If we strike a happy medium,
I
go for
think-
3 inch, can you go for that? I mean, that's-
All right, we have 3. We have
Which
3 and a
tree are we
half.
talking about?
Well, at some point.
Are these the
that makes sense
deciduous?
At some point, it doesn't make sense to do the deal. That's my issue. That's my concern.
Correct.
And we want to remember, this is something we're going to hold on to. We don't have any intention. of
No, and I
selling.
want you to be there. Let me make my point, okay?
Good.
I want you to be there. I'm trying to find a way for you to be there.
Okay.
So if you'll go to 3-inch, move the building, get 20 feet there, put in a really dense buffer along John Street, I'm all for you.
How about if we take some of the plant material from Council Place? Where it's gonna kind of be in the way anyway. We're gonna move the building over and move some of the plant material or enhance the plant material on John Street. How about if we
I
do
don't
that?
quite understand that.
Robbing Peter to pay Paul.
I think what. Brad,
Yeah, you're getting rid of that expense in the front. Okay,
Well, it's not so much that is with the redesign of the building and pushing the building closer to Council Place.
Mhm.
I'm not so sure, because remember, we've got a bunch of stuff running through there, stormwater, things like that. I'm not so sure that that plant material is going to work out very well anyway. Could we just be looking at foundation plantings, something low, and then we just go ahead and swap out the evergreen you have there and pay for what's out front? Sure, because you're going to be doing a foundation planting anyway, most likely. I'm sorry? You're going to be doing a foundation planting anyway around the building. Yes, we will. What I don't want to do is I don't want to do something stupid. I am old. I've moved a lot. I'm trying to avoid you strangling the sewer and water lines and all that kind of stuff. Exactly.
Let me make a suggestion. I think we either need to, let's make a deal or continue this and work out.
no, I think we're really close. I think we're there, actually.
If you feel more comfortable, sir, if you want to wait another month.
Mayor, I like to say something.
I think the only reason I want to reduce the plant material here is because I've got wet utilities and stormwater and dry utilities running through there.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. Commissioner Whitley, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. You know, I believe in compromise. Now, we've asked to make the windows look like glass windows. You agreed to that. You asked to move the building a little farther. You agreed to that. Where's the compromise? So if you get 2 out of 3, isn't that good?
We just got the third one.
No, I hear what you're saying, Mark, but what I'm saying is the developer is doing everything they can to satisfy us. But do we have to have all we want? Can we not compromise? They've agreed to 2 of the things that you and Commissioner Irvin had asked to hold them to a 3-inch. You know, people gonna be going through there so fast, and I just looked at when they pulled it up. When you get off the ramp, they're not gonna be looking over that building. They'll see a nice building there. I mean, it is a beautiful building now that what John has asked for, and they've asked. You know, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. It's compromise, and that's what I always like.
Hey, it's 11:20. Is that a motion?
It is.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to let this go. Or you have agreed to remove the plantings on the council side and enhance the buffer in the back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, and that's what I was saying. They said that. They said.
Somebody like to make a motion.
I'll make that motion that, all right, let me get back to.
We're beating this to death.
Like to make a motion that we approve zoning application 2022-763 because it has been found to be consistent with the Matthews land and use plan, consistent with the change of zoning, consistent with the land use plan because of the non-resident use such as storage, self-storage does not generate enough traffic to waive safety concerns. And that it is reasonable change in the zone, reasonable that if it's added the low intensity use for.
You also have to mention the 3 revisions that have been mentioned.
With the necessary 3 that we agreed to do.
Would you like me to read them real quick?
I think we should read those into the record so they're written down. Absolutely.
Okay. On the retail side, the retail facing elevation, all the windows will be spandrel glass rather than the ephes, I think, John. The building will, the plantings
I'm
on.
sorry, John, the retail side, what side? of
The retail facing side, of
North.
the north, is that north?
On it's planned north.
Okay,
It's, they're labeled,
I
Mayor.
got you. Okay, thank you.
The building will be shifted as much as it can to the west and the other modification that Jan mentioned. I don't know how to describe that, cleaning up the corner. We'll remove we only have foundation plantings on Council Place, and then we will enhance the landscaping on John Street.
And move the building forward to get as far as you can to get to
Yes,
the
sir.
closest to the 40-foot, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Commissioner Tufano. Any further discussion?
Well, I was gonna add some bullet points to that, but if you.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's 8 large evergreen on the west side that you're removing, and it's 15 medium evergreen on the west side you're removing. Because we're saying removing trees, it's next thing you know, I'm gonna be missing everything. So you've got 8 large evergreen on that curve, and then you got about 15 medium evergreen in that curve that you're eliminating. And then you're gonna take that value and place it on the street. And you're talking specifically about the 3-inch caliper being the.
Along John Street.
Right, but the 3-inch caliper for what is classified as the
Deciduous.
large deciduous trees.
Austin?
Along John, those would be small maturing.
So they're the small deciduous tree. That's the graphic. Hold on, you gotta zoom in. Yeah, okay. All right, so that's clarify that. So it's a small deciduous tree will be the 3-inch caliper.
Correct.
Okay.
It's
Yes, sir.
about, hey, I've been here and you're gonna come back and they're gonna be yelling at me and blah, blah, blah. And so.
No,
I
thank you.
think the applicant has done a good job of going back and forth and trying to
Thank you,
meet
gentlemen.
our requirements and staff's ask.
Good night.
We got to vote. Take it. We have a motion in a second. We need to vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Hope to be able to come store some stuff at your place sometime in the near future.
Light.
Let's move on. Zoning application 2022-767 Christ Covenant Church. To change the zoning from R20 to RICD on those certain parcels designated as 128 and 126 Covenant Church Lane, and additionally designated as tax parcels 213, 011, 04, and 05. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There were a few concerns that were raised in the public hearing. One of them was restricting the permitted uses to a track for future, so the future development would have to be approved by the town board. And additionally, the site does border one residentially zoned parcel. Petitioner has updated the site plan to address these concerns by adding some language that says it shall be used for track and field, and any future development would have to come before the board. Additionally, they have added some landscaping adjacent to the residentially zoned parcel. At the regular meeting, the planning board voted unanimously to approve the request with the updated site plans. And staff recommends approval of this rezoning 2022-767.
Commissioner Garner.
I would like to make a motion that we approve 2022-767 because it is consistent with the Matthews Land Use Plan. The change in zoning is consistent with the land use plan, and that it will make an existing non-conforming use conforming, and it is reasonable in that it will improve an existing accessory use, and that approval also meets the changes that Rob has.
Motion by Commissioner Garner. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Urban. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Move on to the next one, zoning application 2022-769 text amendment to change the text in the downtown overlay district to create a parking fee in lieu thereof as an alternative to the required parking spaces for the proposed development. Mr. Camp.
So as you heard from Mr. Foster, the only change we made after planning board was to remove residential uses from eligibility for the fee in lieu. So it would only be for non-residential uses. Otherwise, the text amendments generally as proposed at the public hearing last month.
So I will bring this up one more time for the public record. Please explain how we justify allowing parking spaces to be reduced in the downtown area when we just voted to pass a bond to add parking spaces to the downtown area. That seems like a pretty direct contradiction.
So we heard reference to the Weaver Bennett Bland building earlier that makes basically 100% use of the site. Generally in a downtown area, you want to seek to reduce the amount of private parking developed on each parcel because it eats into the available area to build structures, and the buildings are the reasons people come to downtown. What we've also seen in the mobility study is that the utilization rates for public parking are through the roof because people know that it's public, they're not going to be towed. All of our public parking is free. We don't have meters. Whereas private parking is privately owned and managed. You see tow zone signs, so the public generally is apprehensive about parking in private parking, or either they're not allowed to. So what this does is shift potentially some of that private parking that the developer would have built into the public realm. It would give us dollars to fund new parking improvements.
And I know we've answered this before, but again, for the record, these funds will be determined to be substantial enough to make a difference and also be held in a specific silo that so they can be used maybe to offset some of the cost of public parking that we're gonna have to build.
That's correct. We would create a downtown parking fund. The estimate is probably plus or minus $8,000. That's subject to change. You will see that number proposed in the fee schedule in spring as we look at FY24.
Thank you. That answers my questions. Are there any other comments, questions, motions, Commissioner Urban?
Is $6,400 enough? I mean, in light of what it would take to put a space in place?
Said 8.
64 was what the developer had suggested as a starting point. But since this is not going to be codified in our UDO, it's a number that will be in our fee schedule.
Oh, okay.
And it can change annually. As construction costs rise, we'll have Public Works will run the numbers for
I like
us.
that. Fee schedule. Perfect.
Commissioner Urban, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, sure. Hey, let's go ahead and make a motion to approve 2022-769. Requested zoning actions currently amended is, hold on a second. There's a highlight on my screen here. The change to UDO is consistent with the adopted downtown mobility study recommendations for parking management strategies to help better manage parking supply in downtown. It is also reasonable that the change in the text gives property owners more flexibility in how they provide required parking in the downtown area.
Have a second. Second by Commissioner Garner. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Commissioner Tafano is opposed. Thank you. That passes 5-1 with Commissioner Tafano in opposition. Move on to consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion to adopt consent agenda 9A through F and H through K.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Garner, a second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. On to new business, 10A, consider addition to budget software package. Teresa. I'm with you. Talk fast.
I can talk fast. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I come for you tonight. You have the memo that was sent in regards to budget software that was approved in the FY23 budget process way back in the towards the beginning of the year. However, as we began implementation, as was stated in the memo, there was a misunderstanding on our part. Both Becky and I both had the same misunderstanding about what we thought. We thought we were getting A, B, and C, but we have A and C, and B is missing, and B is a critical part. So I am coming to you tonight to request an additional $5,000, $5,085 for this fiscal year. And then the annual increase going forward would be $8,712 to add the operational budget piece, which will make life easier for the finance department as well as all department heads. And we will do away with that 25 tab Excel spreadsheet that has to be rekeyed and recalculated multiple times during the budget process. And this will automate the process, which will allow us to save multiple versions and multiple scenarios, which will be very critical going into this revow year, where I'm sure there's going to be lots of discussions about options with the tax rate.
Well, as someone who spent about 6 hours a day on an Excel workbook, I can appreciate your pain. So, Commissioner Tofano.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification. It seems like they're a little out of order for me. Is at going forward after all this is approved, every year it'll be $21,712. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. And does that include a maintenance fee? You get all free upgrades and
Yes.
all of that? You get
Yes.
support line, all that stuff?
Yes.
Okay,
Becky and I had this conversation. You used to be able to buy the software, and then back in the good old days, and now you have to pay a subscription. They got wise to us, so.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Do
you.
we have a motion, Commissioner Tofano?
yes, I'll make a motion.
Thank you, sir.
to approve the recommendation to purchase the operational budgeting module for the Clear Cove budgeting software and approve the attached budget amendment of $5,085.
Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Hoover. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your new software. Move on to item 10B, approve the revised site plan and elevations for Matthews Station Street parcel ID 215-01234. Commissioner Urban, you wish.
That's like to be standing recusal.
Standing recusal, okay. So, Jay, do you want to talk about this at all? Sure.
This is really just an incredibly minor site plan revision that shifts the building a few feet and
not encroach on
removes the windows from the side of the building that is closest to the existing building there on Matthew Station Street. Just with any changes in the site plan, we felt like it needed board approval. At the end of the day, very minor. I talked to MB and, he acknowledges that it's less attractive when you don't have windows. This is needed to deal with the staircase encroachment from the adjoining building, but he did anticipate that they would put some kind of mural or something attractive to spice up that side of the building.
Mr. Tofano.
Just for my visual, what we're creating is a little alley then between
That's correct.
MB's building and.
Well, it's kind of forced because there's stairs that are encroaching. on it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
And it's what that alley from building to building is what, about 20 feet, is it? Okay. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Yes. If I could find the wording now, I
Just say
scrolled.
approve the revised site plan.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve the revised site plan. Thank you, Gina. Approve revised elevation and site plan for the Matthews Market Hall project on parcel ID 21501-234.
Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Hoover. Any discussion? All in favor? Commissioner Urban, did you vote? All in favor?
He's recused.
Oh, you're recused. That's right. Sorry. It's getting late. Do you want to vote? Okay, that passes unanimously with, what is that, 5-0 with,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban sending in recusal.
And what would show John back in.
All right, we'll move on to the mayor's report. I've got a couple items. One, yesterday I had the opportunity to, invitation, speaking of MB, to go to the Param Shanti celebration that the Indian community put on at Ovens Auditorium. It was sold out. There were many attendees there from Matthews. Param Shanti means absolute peace in Hindi, and it celebrated the life of Pramukh Swami Maharaji, who was a gentleman that came here to Matthews when Lee Myers was mayor, and there were some photographs of Lee Myers and Rob Hunter and some other folks here that met with him. He was a great leader that led the BAPS organization for, I think, 66 years, from age 28 to 90 something. So it was a really interesting, fantastic show, about a 2-hour show, lots of dancing and storytelling. And I was able to present a proclamation honoring Pramukh Swami Maharaji, because of all the things he did with BAPS and how much BAPS has benefited Matthews over the years with lots of gifts to nonprofits and things like that. So that was a good time. Secondly, I wanted to mention that Robert Bush, former president of the Arts and Science Council, was president, who's been in this hall many times, passed away on December 8th. And so our prayers and thoughts go out to his family. He had about a 5-decade career in the arts and sciences and was a gentleman that was well respected. And so we're sorry to hear of his passing. And then finally, I want to mention Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool again. I did get an update from his fiance this afternoon. Ken is still in the hospital in Hendersonville, Pardee Hospital in Hendersonville, still suffering from the effects of a severe concussion and some internal injuries. So please reach out to him if you get a chance and wish him well. And that's all I have. Go on to the town attorney's report.
No report, Mayor.
On to the town manager's report.
No report.
All right, we need to go remarkably into closed session now pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143, 31611A5 to consider acquisition of real property. I'd like to call for a motion to go into closed session.
And who's to attend?
Malia, Jay, and myself.
Yes, with the attendance of the town board, Shayna, Malia, Becky, and Jay. So Maureen.
So I can go.
And
Well, no, I'm just,
Please stay.
okay, well, then include me in the list as well.
and Charlie.
And Charlie.
Thank you and good night.
Mike, thank you.
Merry Christmas. Tell your bride Merry Christmas as well.
Oh,